scary cataclysm. 7 years ago, I broke it life into periods before and after. Opening the dungeon became real disaster. They broke out into the world creepy monsters. Died colossal number of people, like parents Sunny Hannah, crying bloody with tears. Boy, then swore to become a hunter and destroy monsters. And 7 years later, Sunny is in the Great Cataclysm Memorial Park, longing. He was kicked out from Hunter Training Center. The instructor directly announced that Cadet Sunny Khan could no longer come to the center. The dumbfounded guy asked reasoned deductions. The instructor patiently explained that cadet training takes usually a couple of months. For this time, people awaken abilities and become hunters. Then, how Period Khan's preparations are ongoing 7 years, which it was enough for the instructor to be convinced of the guy's mediocrity. The center's reputation will be damaged if the cadet continues to be more longer train. Others cadets of the center partially were amazed the guy's willpower. Every day, when he came to training, they pitied him. Khan was partly considered idiot. Stubborn, climbing into something that is not his own place, but everyone agreed that it was impossible not to increase in 7 years. Stats. However, in spite of to the general, in my opinion, Sunny didn't raise, I didn't open any stats unique characteristics. Crushes the can of drink out of anger. He himself doesn't understand how it is possible to remain without results in 7 years. A woman nearby reminds to my daughter how died her dad. A little girl in a fireman's helmet remembers when monsters appeared and the world was not ready, beat off their attacks. Her dad did not run away and saved people until he died. Mom asks what necessary do if A had waiting difficulties. The daughter answers without hesitation that there are difficulties necessary, look with your head held high. Little girl adds that never it is forbidden, give up. And these words touch something in the soul of Sunny sitting next to him. Mother hugs and praises daughter. It suits them, Sunny, keep quiet bows with gratitude. Then the guy runs away under with a glance surprised women. Khan runs away with the thought that 7 years of monotonous and exhausting he survived the training. That's why give up now, it's just plain impossible. Under by rain, Sunny runs to the instructor's house and knocks on the door. Supervisor asks Han to leave. Sunny begs help to him pass a test for a hunter because he can't just back down. The cadet's persistence is infuriating an instructor who can't understand what the guy can't get simple truth. Supervisor thinks the guy came because of the money spent in vain money for tuition, and am ready to return half of the amount. Sunny, he yells that he didn't come because of the payment, but in response he simply takes a punch to the jaw from the instructor. He was hit, throws into a puddle to a pile of garbage packages. Sunny is still sitting in the puddle, leaning against the trash can, feeling myself garbage. He dreams have at least a little bit of talent. Then, I definitely wouldn't have ended up in a situation like this situations. And suddenly sees in this puddle informational a window with a message that some tower tests appreciates his unbending will. The guy doesn't understand that what is happening and from whom is it mysterious. Message in the illuminated water. But neither think it out this one thought. No continue revel, he doesn't have time to cope with his grief, starting dive into an ordinary-looking puddle. With a cry for salvation, the boy simply disappears into the blue light. Instructor again comes out on its own porch to drive the guy away, but there's no trace of him caught a cold, lying around only his cap. Supervisor throws the obsessive cadet in the trash can. Meanwhile, Sunny flies into the unknown bottomless depth. At some point, the guy starts suffocate without air, but then it falls out from water and continues falling into the unknown. Suddenly, in front of him again, appears luminous a window with the message that Tower Tests selected the strongest people on Earth. Khan is thinking, not the second Lee, this cataclysm, but there's a window offers choose level difficulties. And he adds that how the more difficult it is, the greater the reward. Need to choose high, low, or average complexity. Sunny in full ignorance that happens, but immediately grabs the fallen one opportunity. fall continues, and the window promises satisfaction at the end of a difficult journey tests. One after another, they emerge messages that all injuries are healed. Participant to be enter first floor, towers tests. Participant are asked to prepare for the start of the test, and immediately Sunny turns out in the middle deserts. Then, window reports on issuance weapons, and in front of Khan a little ahead in the sand the sword is stuck in. Window explains that theme tests is survival, as a reward will open unique characteristics. Sunny is simply stunned, because he worked tirelessly for 7 years to get hold of such a characteristic, and here they will simply give it how reward. The guy thinks that tore off jackpot, but first business necessary take weapon. Before he can take a single step, the sand begins to swirl. The guy is confused, runs to the sword and stands behind it, whole sand mountain. The window immediately informs that educational trial starts. Selected high-level difficulties. Appears Sandy Golem. The guy looks at the giant with his mouth open. The window at the same time reports, "It is necessary survive under the attacks of the sand golem." And it is added that there are 9 left minutes 58 seconds. Sunny with a sword in his hand is trying run away. It pops up right away, another one. Informational a window helpfully informing you that in case failures a fine is provided. Dumbfounded, Sunny reads that in case the penalty for failure is the death of the participant. This information undoubtedly gives acceleration. Giant Golem seems clumsy, but considering scope steps, he runs faster expected. Window kindly reports that there are only a few left in 9 minutes and 11 seconds, but Sunny feels like it's not running so much in the desert. That his first choice cites small, to die running away or die with a sword in hand. Subconscious remakes Golem in the form of an instructor, who considered the guy a worthless piece of work. Before my eyes emerge and mock cadets, in the opinion which Sunny even not worthy of pity. The guy understands that Ketchup Golem led only to the insignificant death. It is necessary undertake new step. In 7 years, the theory Hunter Sunny training memorized it like the Lord's Prayer. Since running away is not an option, I must help theory. Golem will stop move if destroy its core. But to get at this core is simply not possible. That is are necessary the conditions under which a guy will achieve goals. And Sunny rushes to the top of a sand dune. The plan works. The golem, from the top head over heels, is rolling down. Sunny jumps on top of the giant's carcass without gathering miss a chance. He is with all his might he cuts the core with his sword. But the strength of the core is significant surpasses the guy's expectations. More needs to be applied, although would have been one blow. But the giant is not going to give up so easily and grabs Sunny in a fist. Hanging down like rag doll, in front of evil with the face of a monster. Khan hears all the taunts that was subjected to for years. His patience comes the end. He decides that he has had enough. He yells to the freaks, "Shut up," and in despair in a fit of passion throws a sword like a dart. Is a window right here. Reports the destruction of the sand core golem. There were still a little more than 7 minutes left. Time until the end tests. Under end message training, golem carcass testing crumbles, and Sunny flies down. Buried the guy can't do sand, believe that I coped, and the window is already congratulating me on overcoming it. First floors, towers tests. A mysterious system rewards Sunny 1,000 points, and also promises unlock unique characteristic. Provided bonus awards in the form of 500 points and skill-accelerated regeneration. The guy, stunned with happiness, does not believe it his own eyes. Because 7 recent years, in direct meaning, mixed mind sweat with blood, seeing in response only contemptuous ridicule. Window reports that the participant captured a unique characteristic of necromancy. The guy immediately understands that now maybe be a hunter, in case survival during mysterious tests. Here in the place, Death Golem is formed strange clot, and around him swirls strange black fog. Curious, Sunny concerns Smoke Hand. The window immediately informs about activation necromancy, and also offers absorption of the sand spirit golem. So Sunny understands that black fog is its unique characteristic. Still, before press agreement absorb the spirit, the guy thinks for a second. But this does not stop him from carrying out experiment. Clot, along with the black fog, is sucked into Sunny's chest. Window straightaway reports that the spirit of Sand Golem absorbed, mastery rises by 7%. Appears message that in possession, one of them is located 5 souls. Khan ponders how and where souls are kept. The guy is interested in how Can use the spirit. There is a window. Right here reports that the use of spirit increased stats, stamina by 2 and strength by 3. At the same time, Sunny feels like its power increases. This did not happen in 7 grueling years training. It turns out that stats can raise, and in this way, it pops up Window Khan's unique characteristic. Mastery Necromancy, 7%. Absorption of the spirits of the dead and control them. Basic effect. First additional effect. Possibility permanent increases stats. Numerical meaning which depends on rating and quality absorbed souls. There is also a second one. Additional, the effect is that the soul can store and use when needed. Capacity storages depends on the rank of the unique characteristic. Appears, and a window offers, move into the room expectations. Sunny takes a step and falls onto the tiled floor. It turns out he got it more serious injuries than thought. Suddenly, the guy is overcome incomprehensible golden shine. Body Sunny fully is being healed. The situation is huge room, Spartan. Yes, only bed that now read timely. Khan reflects on his plans for the future and the reason why the tower called him. It pops up window with information that the guy now available. 5 functions: challenge, inventory, community, store, and information. The command is automatic is performed when pronouncing period. The guy understands that worry should only survival in the test. How only he speaks this word, window gives out that second floor 23 and over hours. Appears information that choice tests not available yet, and Sunny decides to take a high-level look at the community complexity. The chat is in full swing, complete chaos and disorder. One thing is clear. The tower was filled with hunters who all stats and skills were reset, as well as ordinary people. Have to do with it? Nobody knows how did they end up here and what at all is happening. Comes the chat at the administrator and prohibits correspondence. He reports that applicants receive points for challenges. These glasses are currency towers. They can exchange and betray in the community. Earned glasses only in trials. Water and food also are bought for points. On this, administrator leaves the chat. The ban on correspondence is lifted. Sunny understands that came back wood from towers a real hunter. But now, from he has no weapons, only a sword. The guy looks into the store, and soon he is showing off with a shield and sword. Understanding that hunters even with zeroed stats much faster will catch up with those already mastered skills, Sunny doesn't stop train. When all the techniques worked out, the guy is exhausted, falls to the floor. But Golden Glow completely restores it. Khan is glad that healing effect rooms will allow train more. Selecting from inventory, I'm coming, Sunny. Is indignant, why room only? It heals but does not relieve hunger. In addition to the shield, the guy bought many only in the store and remained with only 40 points. If it weren't for the bonus 500 points, the shield would be he definitely had no chance. Window reports that on the second floor trial starts in 17 minutes. Time flew by, unnoticed. But as we approach time start, even the chat that hadn't stopped for 24 hours gradually is dying down. Sunny Khan is in the mood for what to survive the upcoming events at all costs testing. On the second floor, towers turns out dense forest. Window reminds of high difficulties. The guy is a little surprised in sharp contrast. The forest after deserts. The theme of the test is murder. Necessary, kill the orc chieftain for the allotted time. Looking around, Sunny realizes that he is on a cliff above the settlement orcs. The guy has to get into a teeming, angry, armed orcs village, find the leader there and kill him. Theory learned over 7 years suggests that if in the tribe orcs' dungeons, there is the sentry must to be and huntsman, hunter. But Sunny doubts that will cope not even one huntsman, not counting village crowd. Theory states that orcs can win only group high-rank hunters that reduces the guy's chances. Sunny takes a step back to think strategies, and one way comes to mind. He collects a pile of logs for torches. Experimental, the guy finds out that even lit torch calmly can place an inventory, and fold the same thing as needed there, quantity torches. Externally, orcs look like lazy creatures, but they quite conscientious. In the mornings, huntsmen, they go hunting and return at sunset. With the departure of the clever hunters remains overcome only numerical enemy superiority, and fire will help to cope with this. Association hunters establish that orc guards do not stand at their posts constantly. They go to the settlement, eat and rest. This gives opportunity Sunny get closer and unnoticeable start a fire. When the whole village it will catch fire, the guy will be gone bother orc rangers, therefore necessary catch a couple of workers orcs. Orc workers. They are dragging barrels of water from the reservoir to extinguish the fire. So Sunny finds his own first orca. Window straight away activates unique characteristic. Necromancy and offers absorb the spirit of an orc. After absorbing the spirit, the guy's skill immediately increases to 9%. Suddenly it appears nearby orc, sentry, ensues with a more agile and skilled opponent than orc, worker. Window offers raise indicators, stats due to spirits that the guy owns it. So strength goes up by 4 and dexterity by 2. Hourly defeated, and Sunny activates accelerated regeneration. For now, absorbs the spirit of the sentry. Advanced orc increases endurance by 4, agility by 3, and strength by 2. That is, the guy is no longer taking risks, die when confronted by another sentry. In the burning village, Khan sees 1 sentry and 3 workers. If taking into account the old leader, then it remains 5 orcs. Orc, sentry is possible. Try bypass without interference, get to the leader. Having absorbed the spirit of the sentry of the orc workers, the guy no longer considers how rivals. Hourly leaves the leader, apparently having changed his mind about performing bodyguard. Suddenly, orc points a pole at the guy flames. "Thank you, Sunny. I bought a shield in the store." The leader is extremely surprised that the man did not burn to ashes. Window reports that the achievement Survivor has been received flame and created skill burn resistance. Sunny extremely angry and declares that the leader is now it's all over. Participant. The sword trials and the old chieftain, an orc with a shaman's staff, stand opposite each other. The leader triumphantly grunts and points the staff, whom breaks out flame, on the guy. But it does, this is to say that Sunny without hesitation chops both hands holding a staff. The chief begins plaintively whine, and then runs away to his tent. Khan is forced to go following. Inside, the chieftain is holding 2 of his stumps close to him. Cubs. One of them runs up and tugs the guy's pants leg. From eye-baby streams are pouring tears. Sunny is surprised that orcs cherish family. For a moment, the boy remembers how his parents made him run away so that, although if only he had survived from their families. As a crying one here, orc pulls out dagger and swings it at Sunny. Attempt attacks eclipses minute weakness human being. Sunny states that will exterminate monsters, even if they will become ghosts and will follow the killer on his heels. Window reports that second-floor towers passed. In the room, the guy understands that the shield is out from building, but saved him life. Sunny sees that the number of participants decreased almost half of what proves cruelty tests. Someone in the chat found out way to get back to Earth when sent a letter with a question. You can use the information command send question in writing. Administrator will process question and answer it. For each new floor, 1 form for question is added. Participants' chat becomes place informational exchange. We found out that after 5th floor's towers, you can buy a temporary 1-stone return for a few days, get to Earth. After the 8th floor, you can buy an item for the final return to Earth. Sunny understands that even if he returns with the existing skills, You can improve your stats and become an A-rank hunter. Mastery Necromancy, his unique characteristic, reached 65%, which is already a jackpot. But Sunny Bai, which I passed with great difficulty, only second floor, but stats almost averaged 20 points. His skills accelerated regeneration E+, pain tolerance D, burn resistance E+. At the same time, mana is 7, endurance is 15, agility is 14 plus 5, and strength is 18. First business. Sunny absorbs 5 spirits that he was able to obtain during the course tests. This, straight away, results in new numbers in the window status. Mana becomes 13, endurance 25, agility 28 plus 5, and strength is now 27. The guy literally feels like he's overwhelmed energy. Previously, he had only read about such things in books. Sensations. Sunny even, it seems like he can run on walls, but probably his body just hasn't gotten used to the new ones yet. Sensations. The guy buys a dead man's shield in the store for 2,100 points giant, who created Dark Magician from Giant Dead Tree. When decreasing health with a level D shield, it works, effect, buff. Also, Sunny considers in his inventory rewards for completed tests. There is a sword from Black Iron. E+ level sword is infused black magic and adds 10% to attack speed and 10% to speed reactions, 5%. Also, the killer's cloak appears level D, reducing sensitivity by 10%. If dexterity less than 50, then the cloak increases agility by 5. The cloak increases speed movement by as much as 15% for 1 minute, after what required cooldown 24 hours. Sunny hopes that will make it in time get used to new things before the test on the 3rd floor. The guy finds himself in a dark place. Window reports that theme tests is dual. Sunny decides that quicker he's in some kind of cave. Window announces the appearance Dark Guardian in 10 seconds. The guy is trying keep B on guard because the enemy may take on from anywhere, like Sandy Golem. Window announces the appearance Dark Guard, but Sunny until he sees it. To pass the test necessary, win own double, which is what it is, Dark Guardian. He looks like Venom with a bared grin mouth. Bye. They look into each other's eyes. Sunny activates accelerated regeneration. If the guy hadn't reacted, the Dark Guard would have broken, it would be his spine. Sunny understands that creature mirrored copies all his movements, and combat collision confirms the guy's guess. In addition, it turns out that the Dark Guardian also has skill regeneration. Sunny decides use own weak places in fencing, but very soon the guy becomes convinced that Dark Guardian very quickly and noticeably is getting stronger. Sunny activates the effect of the killer's cloak, adding to its speed 15%. Now we must win within minutes. Sunny Lightning fast flies up to the enemy and carries out series blows, assuming that all it worked. The guard is deprived right hand with the sword, but the same thing it happens to the guy himself, too. Sunny screams in pain, but understands that necessary get together. The Dark Guard froze, apparently worried. Recovery, for which need to time. That is the enemy must be killed exactly now, but the guy's sword lies to the side together with the severed one by hand. Cloak effect is, in effect, 11 more seconds, and a guy with a shield at the ready rushes forward. Sunny, I'm sure it's better try it out even crazy a trick than to simply give up and die. The Dark Guard does not expect such a trick. On him, swoops and Sunny hits with his shield like a battering ram, knocking them off their feet. And it's going to finish off collapsed Dark Guardian. With a powerful blow from his shield, the guy cuts off his opponent's head. And then there's a window, congratulations on overcoming 3rd floor's towers. At the moment of moving into the room, Expectations window kindly states healing from all injuries and debuffs. The right hand is back in place. Feelings, revived limbs. Sunny is not enough. He decides, check your hand at work and stick it to the wall. The result is simply pleasing, aye. Sunny Khan admits healing flawless. Window reports ownership 1 soul. The Dark Guard after tests on the 3rd floor. But this time, the spirit is much more dense consistency than previously absorbed souls of monsters. Absorption leads to an increased mastery necromancy to 100%, and the unique characteristic increases by rank. Now, Sunny has E-rank necromancy with 0% mastery. Also appeared third additional effect. When absorbing the spirit from now on, there is probability acquisition of 1 of skills imprinted in the soul. In the same way, only having visited under threat death, the guy got accelerated regeneration. Never in my life. It never occurred to Sunny that can to own such fantastic characteristic, though probability does not mean guarantee. For the third time, Spartan conditions room's expectations seem almost like home to the guy. In the chat, he finds information that on the 4th floor will pass combined a test, not an individual one. Sunny ponders, will should the team consist from applicants' towers. Meanwhile, in the chat flares up discussion, we'll have to weather in the course competitions between hunters to kill each other. Window announces the beginning tests, 4th floors, on which 24 hours are given. For this time, necessary defeat the Goblin King. If all members' teams will die or will not fit into the allotted time, mission failed. Penalty in case failure means death. Sunny and his team members teleport to the location at the same time. 3 absolutely strangers in one team. During awkward pauses, all silently looking at each other. Sunny understands that the last time his social circle was limited to monsters. The girl with the staff speaks first and offers to everyone to start with Poznakomica. Her name is Lika, she's specialist command support, and on Earth she is also an E-rank hunter. The disgruntled type, Soul, a melee specialist and D-rank hunter. Sunny is surprised, impudent manner Sola. D-rank hunters are always at home polite. Khan introduces himself, same specialist close combat, undergoing training as a hunter. Soul comes from contempt, since a cadet, not a hunter, has gotten in among them, and he yells at the bastard not to get in his way underfoot. Sunny expresses self-confidence, and Soul responded, threatens nail him if the cadet will harm team. Khan even managed to forget what a nightmare I lived in the last time 7 years, when similar views and attitudes were daily norm. Soul adds fuel to the fire by ordering keep behind and take care of everything little things. The type is annoying Sunny, who I'm sure that surpasses impudent fellow. Window announces the theme of the test, a 3-on-3 competition. It is necessary cooperate with his team to pass the test earlier team's opponents. How only swing open the main gate of the citadel. From there are pouring down goblins like peas from bag. From the first their threesome Soul, as it was they were told, it seems would copes. Soul is outraged that goblins shouldn't move combat in formation, and also yells, what Sunny doesn't fight. At the same time, Soul doesn't even bother to look in the guy's direction, find out what he is up to. Then, Saul yells at Lika to cook up to him some kind of buff. But she explains that she has already applied all the supporting spells. Sunny notices that Saul needed help, so he is forced to leave Lika for a while. Young woman screams, following to the guy rushing to help, that no one will to cover her if Khan leaves. But How only turns back, sees that all goblins Sunny has already killed in the time it took. Soul is trying fight off everything, only 3. To the goblin succeeds with a mace knock the sword out of the Soul's hands. Another, the goblin, is already jumping on the unarmed one with his own with a curved blade, and the unarmed hunter simply throws his hands up in front of him. And even at such a moment, Soul indignantly he yells, why wasn't he lucky enough to get into a team with a cadet, who immediately appears nearby and quickly chops attacker goblin. From surprise, Saul starts stutter, but now the cadet asks him to stay aside and not get involved. Underfoot. Without much tension, Sunny methodically interrupts all remaining monsters. Window in progress, Slaughterhouse's reports receipt, Goblin Hunter achievements. Soul from Rage and the unexpected turn events cannot close your mouth. With all sides, Sunny surround club's black fog of the souls of the slain goblins. The guy understands that the haze of his unique characteristics sees only him, therefore can calmly absorb souls. At the expense of absorption are increasing stats: Stamina 7, Endurance 2, Agility 4, Strength 3, and Absorbed Skill Goblin Guard. From now on, Sunny receives Guardian Sensitivity, expanding the field of view. Now, approaching objects, easier notice. The guy now feels like it's about seeing the world more broadly. Sunny evaluates skill. How another jackpot. Saul yells that the cadet was lucky. He got weak goblins, but in general, he did a good job. Sunny declares that from this moment he will be lead and go ahead to bring the squad more benefits. Sol doesn't object. Han instructs to him protection of Lika, which is engaged support commands. Young woman resumes search spell to detect the Goblin King. Sunny meanwhile absorbs all goblin souls and increases skill up to 12%. Window reports that there are 14 left hours, 37 minutes to completion tests. The team moves along the quiet suddenly locations. Goblins and Trace caught a cold. Suddenly, Sunny feels something. The guy instantly rushes forward. The team follows him. A fountain is found in the square and other massacre goblins. So, the opposing team has already been here. Sunny notices the corpses monsters. They haven't cooled down yet, so they're worth it speed up. Necessary catch-up competitors to prevent winning another commands. After all, the losing side is in for a treat lethal penalty. Team of rivals leads another fight with goblins. One of participants, Sean Lee, contemptuously expresses itself as to him, "I'm tired of it, goblins." Sean hopes it is the last fight before the boss battle. Two other participants praise excellent work, Shauna. Sean, lazily, he scolds him. They say, have to do all the work. He is interested. He likes it. Lee G such layout. G denies. Sean sends G open entrance to the chamber's boss to faster finish everything and rest. G is being sent open door, but turning away mutters like Sean treats him like a little dog. Window reports that both teams entered the Goblin King's tower. The battle won't start until only one team. The system adds that given location blocked, impossible leave her. Appears rectangular dome. Sean is indignant happening, and at this time with another sides fits Sunny with his team. Lee, he swears, because he wanted it to happen faster, finish everything. Sunny will fight alone, but asks Lika to provide to him agility buff, and all the others' buffs can use on Sola. Lika saw how strong Khan is, but she thinks that people are scarier. All together, taken monsters. Sunny thanks Lika for the warning and support. Buff Girls increases agility by 2 and supports effect within 10 minutes. Sunny surpasses ordinary hunters and also recently killed more 30 goblins. Sean Lee orders to prepare for battle. Sunny Khan is confident that he has enough strength to pass this trial. The guy is inevitable is approaching the goal. Sean orders G use shield at maximum. G straight away activates protection. Team of rivals ends up in a pyramid from the golden glow, on which Sunny takes a running start, and his sword cuts protection like the fabric of a tent. Sunny rushes into battle, throwing things around rivals in different sides. Lika and Soul Watch open mouths. Resistance to Khan is provided by only Sean Lee with their owned with daggers. Sean doesn't understand why the guy with the more weak with his skills, he easily reflects all his attacks. During the fight, Shonu, it becomes clear that the enemy sees Trackblade directed towards him. Here is the review. Shonu is covered by the enemy with your shield. This maneuver becomes final chord duels. Window immediately kindly congratulates on the accomplishment special tasks and promises accrual bonuses. Sunny's team is ready to begin the main mission. Lika with surprise notices that the guy is shaking. Young woman asks if everything is okay, whether he does. But the guy answers, albeit with a little the hitch that he is in full in order. Lika is sure that the man who seemed cold-blooded to her was in fact business, is in shock because of what happened murders. Sunny offers immediately go to the boss battle. Saul and Lika definitely agree. Goblin King much larger their own small ones, subjects. But the size of the monster is not impressive at all, Sunny. Khan deals with him in no time. The window immediately reports that target tests achieved. Saul whispers that the guy is just a monster. The system, as he awards, increases all stats by 4 and adds as a bonus skill instant acceleration. The system offers move into the room expectations. Saul comes back first. Sunny hopes that Lika will also return safely. Young woman notices that her words seemed inappropriate to Khan, but he just did what was required. According to the terms the opposing team must test was to die. If the guy would refuse there, I had to kill would this do it to her. Sunny, smiling, answers that after these words he felt better. Lika sends Khan a friend request. The guy doesn't even know that, say. And the girl adds that 4th floor she passed solely at the expense of Khan's forces. And now she feels indebted to him, so she feels a little uneasy. She offers the guy after return to Earth to find Lika from White Guilds. Then young woman steps into the portal. Sunny, there is one left, and he necessary except the solution follows Lee absorb the human soul. He was convinced that capable of this, practically straight away. But the guy put it off absorption because felt that is on the verge of transition irreversible features. However, now Sunny decided. The guy is not going to kill people to increase strength, but in a hopeless situations from now on he is ready to kill. The guy's soul is awakening new ambitions, besides perennial aspirations to become a hunter. He will take advantage of the opportunity presented to him tower, and once climbed to the top of the tower tests. How only Sunny enters the room. Expectations. Window announces expansion systems and rankings participants based on the results tests. Window suggests entering a nickname for the rating applicants. The guy thinks for a moment and then changes my nickname. Instead of Sunny Khan, now Hunter is standing. Test rating is displayed on the 4th level floor. Khan finds own nick is in 16th place, what much higher than he expected. Window reports that participants who make it into the top 50 are called trailblazers. This status will give advantage on the 8th floor. In case maintenance status pioneer to the 8th floor inclusive, participant will receive special halo privilege. Sunny thinks it is something like skill, but decides not to bother and find out about to everyone in their own way time. Now, in his possession, there can be 15 souls. Now there is 4. The guy starts absorbing the souls of 3 players, teams, and the Goblin King. Khan feels process intersections borders human opportunities. Then the guy acquires Stone Return, with which you can return from the tower for 3 days tests to the original place stay. Sunny wants check Movely equipment together with him, and he uses Stone to return to Earth. Window reports that the applicant has confirmed a return is carried out process absorption with destination Earth. How only the guy gets sucked in glowing funnel. Window reports success returning the applicant to his original place accommodation. And then it pops out a reminder of what will happen in 3 days, return to the tower tests. Sunny is thinking about it. Get a good night's sleep because it's simple bed. Seems the royal bed after Spartan beds in the room. Expectations. But it doesn't allow you to relax and fuse the stench of him not having been washed for a long time bodies. Sunny nice surprises folded by the bed equipment. It turns out that objects from towers, you can bring it home. What means other hunters will be able to, too. This do. The guy understands that his coming increase in the number of returnees from towers, that is, prices on the market hunting equipment will fall because of the abundance rarities. Sell objects necessary as soon as possible, but to trade can only qualified hunters. First, Sunny planned just apply in the following return pass exam, but plans change as the play progresses, and Khan calls to his own former to the instructor Ivan, who remembers the cadet very well and offers to apply for a refund money online. Sunny doesn't want to return, but offers to negotiate. Ivan refuses again take a cadet for training, but Khan wants past the qualification to day hunter exam, and then Ivan will be able to keep all the money. Wiping myself off after Sunny's shower notices how his body changed and became stronger. But there is no time for self-admiration, we need to rush to the exam. The guy notes that simple household moments. It makes him happy now. He is pleased. "See, neighbor," he greets her. Neighbor answers greetings to the guy who has been trying for 100 years hand over to the hunter, but notices that earlier neighbor was lower. Sunny fails to stop a taxi, so he decides to go under its own power. Have to do with it. The guy gets to the building association's hunters very fast. Inside, Khan is greeted instructor and representative associations. Sunny notices that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but even objects because it hasn't been long time. The guy is so much total experienced that to him it seems as if I met the instructor 100 years ago. But he notes out loud that those were not easy days. It turns out examiner Kim, who will evaluate the cadet's test. Kim explains that at the request of Ivan's boyfriend doesn't need to go through an interview or take a theoretical test. Sunny fabulous aware of the progress exam. The guy is in the exam room, and Kim and Ivan are on the balcony for convenience. Observations. Ivan reminds that the cadet needs to be exclude hurry up. Kim assures that picked up the most lousy monsters. Kim suggests Sunny choose level difficulty from 1 to 10. Khan recalls how I chose many times the most easy unit, and invariably lost to a weakling goblin. Now about this funny remember. Every time the result was the same because at that time it was weak. But now Sunny chooses difficulty of the maximum 10th level. The instructor just doesn't believe it. His own ears. Exam, it's starting. The fire hunt is coming, the bird that straight away screams like cut. This monster skill, Roar, Predator, which slows down movement by 25%. Doesn't have time Sunny raise the sword like that crumbles in his hands. This trick instructor who in advance got carried away the guy's weapon, so that I certainly didn't pass exam. Now, Ivan rejoicing got ready watch how bitch son will find your own place, having a drink of water from puddles. Bird soars above calmly standing guy. When Ivan passed mine, the hunter exam, then had fun with his group in full confidence that he is simply a handsome man. But with time break between him and the achievements of his classmates only increased until Ivan didn't understand that he wouldn't be able to their catch-up. He realized that in the community hunters, the main thing is innate talent, and I came to terms with this fact. Ivan saw in front of me an insurmountable wall and gave in to it, dropping his hands. Because Ivan, I'm sure that's exactly what all people do. And looking at his weakest cadet, who swings at the firebird, Ivan sees his sword crumble into pieces. The monster is already reaching out to the guy paws with huge, sharp claws. Ivan, I am sure that the time has come for the cadet to come to terms with failure. Seeing smug smirk instructor, Sunny guesses that the sword was not broken without an outsider interventions. Khan is not discouraged. He is considering situation. How ideal opportunity check received on the 4th floor skills. The guy activates instant acceleration, and it soars right under ceiling, past the firebirds. At most collisions, ceiling cracks, and Sunny understands that skill much cooler than Assassin's Cloak buff. Pushing off the ceiling, the guy dives straight at the enemy. He thrusts it in with all his might, the hilt of the sword into the monster's eye. But alas, the sword fragment is not enough long. A smart guy uses what there is under with his hand. He tears the tiles off the floor, and he just throws it into the fire with all his might. Bird, throw so powerful that the monster's head is cut in half. But the path of the improvised projectile does not end there. The tile clearly tears apart the balcony railings between observers and crashes into the ceiling above them. The monster's killed, that is, exam completed. And Sunny, how nothing happened, interested, leave the audience, they say, didn't expect the tile to fly towards them. Employee congratulates the guy on passing exam and hands over Hunter C rank certificate. Specialist Close Combat. From now on, Khan has access to hunting activity, that is, entrance to the dungeon and trading items. Ivan demands from Kim explanations about what happened. He agreed to fail the cadet in 10 seconds, not to pass the test in the same amount of time. Kim explains that, judging by the stated information, Cadet Khan had no chance of passing. Ivan is indignant. Why such high-rank hunter? Kim could not give a lower rank. Guy, in 10 seconds I killed the monster and I would like to file an appeal. It comes out to them Sunny, who received Hunter's ID. Kim congratulates the guy. Ivan reluctantly joins in. Khan knows that before retiring, the instructor achieved everything only rank C. And now, the guy remembered how instructor considered him a scumbag. But at the moment, the guy feels like this definition more suits Ivan himself. After these words, instructor pounces on the cadet who has lost his fear. Sunny, I didn't even expect that Ivan right away will fall for his provocation. Allow me to strike, and he hits to the instructor oncoming in the chest cell. Sunny explains that acted in self-defense, and how response to aggressive actions sculpts slap in the face. In-flight instructors visits Healthy the idea, where did this come from? Strength of a C-rank hunter. Kim sees the guy off and offers he should become an employee association's hunters with a solid salary, increase which negotiable. Kim sees potential in the boy, and Sunny understands that level difficulty's exam was adjusted. Khan has no intention to stir up a scandal, as well as to work with those who do not deserve it trust. 2 days later, rumors of an incomprehensible tower hunter's tests are already in the newspapers and on the TV news. Sunny was able to sell your own equipment at excellent prices. Price and benefit spent the last 3 days. Appears window with a message about moving to the tower in a few seconds. Sunny is happy if this is waiting. Falling into a funnel of light, the guy anticipates mine further progress. Return to the room. Expectations finally confirms freedom of movement items between the real world and the tower. The guy throws something into his inventory. Sunny decides warm up and get started with the test 5th floors. Window reports on the achievement of first return. The guy also gets created new skill, Eye of Truth. Rank A, Mastery whom by absent. This skill using mana gives out information about the object observations. Plus allows define truthfulness words interlocutor. The guy thinks that received another 1 jackpot, having got hold of built-in lie detector. In the store, for 5,500 points, he buys Thunder Sword for 3,800 points. Also, the Hunter Scout Shield was purchased. The sword is a bit expensive, but Sunny I was interested in the 10% chance of lightning striking an enemy. Window announces the beginning test's high difficulties on the topic of hunting, and the guy is willing dives into the portal. Needed in 24 hours, kill werewolf boss in Volsci Gorge. For the breakthrough as a reward is given bandage werewolf on the head. Sunny finds himself in a lowland, along the edge of which there is a cloud of wolves burning with eyes. Animals they throw themselves with all sides, to find your quick death. Khan is perplexed as to what the catch. Wolves are rare, frail. Miraculously survived wolf with a yelp is pressing tail. Werewolves appear, in appearance, were more interesting opponents. Sunny makes sure that the tower once again does not disappoint expectations. To your own. To his surprise, the guy feels that tests, they start to amuse him. At Sunny's even flickers thought does not begin whether he was slowly going crazy. During the fight, the window reports that mastery skill, Hunter's Dagger, 100%, and the skill is promoted to the next rank E. Also, accelerated regeneration is promoted to rank D. Sunny didn't refuse would be from a new skill fencing. Fortunately, the wolves attack non-stop. Unfortunately, the effect lightning in the sword works where less often than the guy expected. Having absorbed the spirits of the mad wolves, Khan increases skill by 16%. Stable, increasing mastery, unique characteristics. Having killed everyone creatures, Sunny goes deeper into the gorge. In the middle, Wolf's Gorges are discovered mountains' dead animals. At first, the guy thought he was in a pack was conflict, but clear lines cuts. They talk about sword strikes. The Eye of Truth discovers track D-rank auras on the gorge wall. Sunny decides that the aura is one of skills. Suddenly sounds of battle taking place can be heard nearby. The guy is rushing in that direction, and he towards flies out mangled a healthy carcass. The window immediately announces Death Boss Werewolves. Conditions tests. Next, a message that the cause is being investigated. Khan looks at the dead target tests. Window reports completion analysis. According to data analysis and testing, someone has invaded. The goal changes. It is necessary kill participant from another dimension that invaded Khan's test. The guy looks at the giant from another dimension and digests information. From messages, Windows follows conclusion that tower simultaneously exists in different dimensions, except lands. Giant is surprised that the boy is alive, which was not expected from the participant from underdeveloped world. The giant asks, remains silent whether the guy is afraid of the future death. Khan only smiles, thinking that Night Same went crazy. The guy can't get his head around it. The purpose of his test will kill intruder from another dimension. Lucky that trial until it fails. Gromadina thought that the participant is unable to stand due to fear, say not a word. Therefore, intends to humanely end his suffering. Intruder rushes into attack. Sunny deflects and hits attacking with a sword. Khan hoped cut the armor in half, but it was no use. The counterattack shatters the guy's shield into pieces. Sunny from power blow flies away with just throw it at the stone. The left hand in which there was a shield, clearly broken. Intruder is surprised that the guy blocked the aura and thinks that it was worth letting it be cut myself in half for the sake of a quick death. Sunny yells why the system identified the giant as invader. He is not surprised, he says. How can a barbarian know about the story implementation? The guy laments why similar situation happened with him specifically. Rival answers that tower always unpredictable, but it's time to finish started. Sunny asks first tell about the floor implementation. Rival decides that maybe about this tell, since the guy is practically deceased. From the 8th floor, the system expands. You can buy a ticket for the floor in the store implementation, which allows interfere in someone else's business trial. Sunny asks if Rival named this place Undeveloped World, then he himself is from another dimension. The giant is surprised. Khan activates the Eye of Truth, which confirms truthfulness words interlocutor, which furious checking their own words. Sunny states that nothing to do with it can't help it. The guy got the answers and now ready tell something in turn. With skill pain tolerance, his injured arm doesn't bother him. If would Sunny let go damaged brush, then activated with skill accelerated regeneration. But the guy was, I'm sure that will share information only with a pathetic-looking opponent. The bully clarifies that Sunny checked self-healing, but if the guy has no other skills, then his fate is sealed. Meanwhile, Khan's power is steadily growing. Increases because are increasing stats at the expense of existing spirits. Sunny is currently at increased durability by 7, mana by 5, endurance by 3, agility by 3, strength by 2. The bully was extremely I'm surprised that the opponent has there is unique characteristic except skill regeneration. Sunny activates instant acceleration along with the assassin's cloak buff. The intruder does not understand how participant only from the 5th floors maybe have so many skills with such high stats. He activates his aura. Sunny understands that such skill high level, therefore capable no joke to cause harm, so it just bounces off. Khan understands that his stats above, therefore succeeds dodge critical blows. But the main problem is high-level armor, which he is simply not capable of yet. Destroy. However, if to strike continuously, must work Thundersword option, because the lightning effect has a 10% chance. At the end, that's what happens. The monotonous attacks on the armor did not cause any visible damage to the enemy, but allowed Sunny achieve desired. Now smoldering and bleeding with blood intruder sits on 5th point. Khan understands, be it the armor function lightning rod, his plan would not have worked. Shabby rival wonders where it comes from so many skills has participant from the 5th floors. The invader had no doubts about his easy victory. Sunny explains that it is foolish to count on one skill, albeit high level and armor. Now intruder will pay for his arrogance. Rival manages to curse the barbarian, but this does not affect the actions of the guy who feels that murder is given all easier. Sunny believes that if would plunging a sword into another person felt awkwardness, it would become real problem. Window congratulates on completion tests, and the body intruder begins to literally dissipate before our eyes. The guy almost missed it. Opportunity absorption, thinking that death is in another dimension, leads to dispersion. In progress, soul absorption mastery increases by 15%. The system shows that previously installed the reward does not match completed level difficulties, therefore, reward revised. Con gets skill, 3 absolutes. Level A, 7,500 points bonus and 3,500 points as an additional bonus. The guy is happy that instead of declared awards, Level C gave Level A. Sunny. It is suggested to return to the room expectations 6th floors. Information will entered into the rating system. The guy didn't spend it none of 5 forms questions, trying save them up to the 8th floor, but now asks what such story invasion, and it is possible he find out about it in advance. Con sends the form. Answer comes instantly. This opportunity log in to personal trial participant who below by a maximum of 10 floors. Sunny evaluates story implementation as a breakdown of the stairs to someone who rises. Others data not available on this floor. The system leaves ticket unused. Time request satisfied only partially. So the guy finds out that ticket for departure questions is not a panacea at all. But he is glad that saved mind ticket. Sunny gets enough from inventory, a recovery chest and a broken hunter's shield. How only fragments appear inside, the chest emits golden glow and gives out brand new shield. Then Con takes out from inventory stone cleanliness and has collected them take advantage of. Sunny. I'm sure that's what it feels like, cheerfulness and purity after. It's not a pity to pay a couple of thousand for swimming. Window reports that before the start of the test 6th, a little more than a floor hour's time. Con decides look at the rating and chat, and he is stunned to discover yourself on 3rd place rating after 16th. The chaos of the chat is dominated by trait a skill of mental resistance, useful in robberies and murders. In the mad chat mess part, participants criticizes murders. The rest criticize them for hypocrisy, because on the 4th they were killing everyone on this floor. Sunny can't see sense in the skill of mental resistance. Reducing skill shock and mental, the pain of killing doesn't solve the problem. Window announces the beginning tests, 6th floors with the theme Occupation. In 50 minutes, you need to capture and hold any stronghold. For successful breakthrough reward, random chest level B. Coming out from the portal, the guy finds himself at sea, and above the water between the support points are made up of bridges. Window advises work together with his teammates and opens a portal nearby. Sunny. I wonder why from portal nobody comes out, like suddenly from there straight into it is aiming spear. Con grabs spear at the tip and pulls out from portal a stunned member of his own team. The guy wonders why attack your team. That one grumbles that everything is in the chat there is. Faster, just get the achievement by way murders. Sunny specifies that to get more achievements are the main thing, but how is not important. Participant mocks hypocrisy. Sunny advises to look around. With all sides around, team members kill each other. Have to do with it? They think myself innocent, they say, to reproach necessary only tower. Participant, I'm interested. Did it get through? Whether to Sunny that exactly is happening everywhere, wherever, no matter what you look at. All cries for help from both sides. Big part team pairs at once enter the fray. Some players show special meanness, first of all shaking hands with a teammate, just so that another by hand thrust a sword into the victim. After what gloat and are proud, owned by cunning. For such an act, they receive achievement Nasty Killer, and increase durability by 1. Con's partner assures that the guy, like everyone else here, strives to achieve achievements. While Sunny turns his head towards the neighboring one commands, his partner rushes at him with a dagger. Con didn't blink an eye, stabs the attacker with his own with a spear. Dying, That one swears like Sunny was able to do it with lightning speed move. The system notifies about reaching traitor and increasing strength by 1. Khan is inclined to evaluate this special combined test, how event specially designed for him, taking into account unique characteristics. The guy will raise her skill, and perhaps will receive some new skills. Specially attack Sunny is not going to anyone, but he will fight those who will attack or stand in the way. The guy rushes across the bridges towards the nearest stronghold. On his way, participant who studied magic water and raised it above itself, impenetrable iron dome. Impenetrability, which it turns out is very far from ideal. Sunny admits some cruelty their own actions, but he considers her necessary to achieve result. Other players who saw what happened, they consider the guy a rancor, resembling a monster, and prefer go-around side. Sunny. I'm even glad that inspires fear in his rivals. He strives for achievements, but not for new ones. Unnecessary murders. Window confirms the capture of the stronghold, which will be interrupted if on the territory it will turn out player another commands. Also, you can't let your opponents take over your stronghold. 10 minutes left to hold out. Sunny argues that high-ranking participants who, after 5th floors were not used stone return, have already far overtaken him. Trial 6th floors makes think about mistrust of others. For participants, low rank shines only despondency and darkness, but it's ostentatious sympathy. It seems like Khan to hypocrisy. To him, the rivals don't climb, but at other points everything is equals are dying. The system reports that the capture is suspended. On the territory the enemy is located. Going ahead, arrogant Blondie states that the guy is clearly interested in why they came to him right away, 2 commands. It is clear to Khan that there is a detachment in front of him, killers from 4 bastards who want to get hold of more achievements. Blondie, he laughs, saying that the essence is true, which means the sentence must be carried out. Impudent fellow wishes the guy to die. To Sunny, they throw themselves 2 invaders, one of which with a bucket water. The dark-haired man standing behind the blonde one activates merger hearts. Now, Sunny Khan shares Jin Kim's pain, as the system helpfully suggests. Jin, gloating with a grin, thrusts a dagger into his hand. The wound also appears on the arm Sunny, and the sword falls out of his hand. The guy activates skill pain tolerance, which reduces painful feelings like 15%. For this time manages to run up a strong guy with a bucket and splash the seawater on the guy. The guy is puzzled as to why, but the window immediately states that Khan touched water 6th floors. Dexterity, strength, endurance, less by 10 for 3 minutes. Sunny had no idea that touch water entails penalty sanctions. Invaders continue attack. For the ordinary participant, this would really horrible layout. But not in this one case. Meanwhile, the strongman and the swordsman attack simultaneously. Sunny honestly admits the advantages of the idea to deprive the enemy of weapons and reduce his stats. But in this case, the wrong opponent was chosen. The guy kills the swordsman with 1 blow, and immediately receives achievement 1-hit kill. The friends of the deceased are simply shocked by such a turn of events. They clearly didn't expect it. Window announces the creation of a new skill, Contempt for the Weak, level F. Now, if the opponent is not superior, not a single stat, the guy's strength increases by the difference in characteristics. Strongman rushes at Sunny. Window reports all stats attacker below. Skill Contempt for the Weak increases strength by 1. Strongman gets it in full, and the system informs about the new achievement. Merciless Killer, dexterity increases by 1 point. Jin Kim and the blonde guy more puzzled development events, and Sunny calmly heading straight towards the couple. Jin wonders if it's worth it to attack the guy at the same time. In response, receives a slashing blow from a partner's sword. Falls down screaming, but Sunny also, my leg is giving way. Good. The same, it feels like only pain, the guy has no real damage, but the pain feelings limit movement. Jim yells that his partner is a bastard, and so that he doesn't even think of coming closer. Meanwhile, Sunny fits all closer. Blondie yells that one more step towards him and he would cut Kim's throat. Expect anything else, it was necessary quickly kill the one who activated Merger Hearts. A guy with a swing throws his shield right into Jin's throat. The sensation of having your throat cut is not exactly pleasant. Sunny is on his knees only thanks to skill pain tolerance. Blondie evaluates this moment as mine the only chance and rushes in to attack. Suddenly, the guy just grabs directed at him blade with bare hands and asks the blonde doesn't want to lie that to experience feeling when cut your throat. That's what's starting. He was shaking noticeably, but he still noticed that the guy was simply frozen. In response, Sunny just breaks off with bare hands half of the sword blade, and with this fragment it cuts the blonde's throat. The system immediately informs that the achievement Cold-Blooded has been received. Cutter, and 1,500 points. It immediately follows message that the stronghold has been captured. The neighboring islands are rejoicing. Survivors commands. Sixth, the floor clearly gave everyone understands that wins for real, the one who kept his team. Minor quantity solo winners only confirms this one truth. Sunny thinks, does not look, is it for survivors, participants as much of a monster as the wild-eyed killer next door stronghold? Window. Congratulates on passing trials. Random chest sent to inventory and 8,000 points awarded. Sunny absorbs the souls of the unfortunate 4 occupiers. Mastery Necromancy reaches 100%, and the rank increases to level D. The system reports activation functions, views achievements. Class S, first return, A and B, no. Class C1, hit kill. Cold-Blooded Shredder Class D, then 4 achievements. Class E, Traitor, Goblin Hunter, Merciless Killer and Survivor Flame. Sunny extracts mysterious random chest with a reward from F to B class. For nothing, he doesn't count what's worth. The guy decides at first get it contents, and then proceed to absorb the souls. From the chest, like crap out of the snuff box, jumps out evil green toothy Pokemon. Sunny rightly believes that the Pokemon needs to be catch. But it wasn't to be, little one. Bastard. Creature incredible jumping ability. But Khan is not a bastard either shit. However, Rejoice does not manage to be caught. For the evil Pokemon opens wide, strewn with mouth with sharp teeth, and furiously bites into the guy's hand. Sunny didn't expect such a turn of events. He even burst into tears, splash from eye. As a result, the evil Pokemon again breaks free. This time, Khan is in the mood where more decisively, and cuteness will no longer save the Pokemon. Sunny how Kite pounces on prey, which immediately jumps up as if bouncing ball. The guy's patience is finally exhausted comes end, and it flies up. In flight, his critical hit catches up restless Pokemon. The bastard's head is straight, meaning starts to smoke, and Green Ugly Fellow shatters into pieces like piñata. Pendant inside. Window. Congratulates on receiving the highest item class drawing. Khan gets Suspension Wrought Iron Class B. Impregnated Soul Blacksmith. All my life worked with iron. Skills Sword and Metallurgy plus 7%. In addition, due to mana works, effect is Steel Protection without cooldown. With Steel Protection, Leather absorbs 10% of any external damages. Sunny, not expecting anything worthwhile from a random chest, tears it off jackpot. The guy doesn't even have time to put on the pendant before mana is running out. The window immediately reports a shutdown Steel Protection. Sunny understands that exclusivity effect can count and speed absorption mana. The guy decides use suspension in critical in some cases. Mana is needed save. Then, Khan gets ready check necromancy with the newly acquired D rank, but the window asks, readily participant to the test 7th floors. In principle, he is not against it. Earlier to start testing, but it is interesting, only did he lose time expectations. The chaotic chat is all buzzing about disappeared time expectations, but the main theme is wish all participants to return home at first possibilities. The manner of communication in the chat has changed. Apparently, people have gone quiet in the corner's killer maniacs. Next floor individual. There's a lot of noise here, will not give anything. In necromancy rank, D appears fourth additional effect. Souls of the dead can use for physical protection bodies. Initially, the focus was on strengthening stats, but now souls can use how protective shell bodies. The guy immediately intend check the effectiveness of the spiritual shield. Therefore, throws up your sword. Even if will cut off the hand, room all will heal. Window reports that the spirit has been swallowed damage user. One soul disappears, and in the possession, 3 of them remain 30 possible. Spiritual shield is incredibly effective. Sunny decides always have a couple of souls in reserve to ensure protection. Khan opens the rating of participants. His third place is dropped to 4th, which doesn't upset me much since Pioneer will receive first 50 players. System statistics tires the guy out and he moves on to the test 7th floors with the theme Evidence. In 40 minutes, you have to pass 3 tests. For successful breakthrough issued skill, Grace wins, rank A. Sunny finds himself in the corridor, slightly the gothic atmosphere of which is absolutely unlike anything else from past tests. At the end of the corridor, you can see light that approaches the guy. Light pulls the guy in, and the window announces the entrance to the first testing zone, where necessary prove overcoming own fears. Sunny ends up in the desert first floors, and before him begins to be formed Sandy Golem. On the first floor, Sandy Golem was enormous, but this time the monster's gigantism surpasses imagination. Sunny doubts could Lee Golem then seem so gigantic. The guy decides that this instance 3 times more original. Getting it out from inventory weapon, Khan decides to try to just hit first giant. Thus examine the monster, all sides Sunny. I'm surprised because the core is nowhere to be seen. Khan comes to the conclusion that more massive instance, the deeper the core is hidden in the body. The guy understands that in this case, you can't knock out the enemy with one blow, therefore decides methodically shred giant. Every time his sword just cuts sand. This tactic is extremely annoys Sandy Golem. He starts pounce on the guy with all his might. From blows, Sunny easily dodges, but starts seriously fear that it might fall asleep Sandy Wave. In the end, the guy did too becomes as furious as his opponent. Shaking off the sand, he activates Skill 3 Absolutes, which, due to mana, increases the cutting force of the sword, is 1.5 to 2.5 times. With the first blow, the monster's hand was cut off. Golem, although it is being restored, it is still difficult to get to the core more chances. Efficiency skill. Very inspires Sunny. At some point, the guy even notices that Golem became Look Cutie. The monster responds, undertakes attempt smile, because here's this addressed to him for the first time. The guy understands that restore from surrounding sand golem it can't be infinite. That's why it decreases in size due to attacks. Sunny offers the monster to reset a couple more sizes. The monster is clearly not inspired a similar prospect. After another 1 series of attacks, finally show the core on the back. It's impossible was see under thick layers sand, which the guy monotonously cut off. He is floundering in the sand. 10 minutes. On the 7th floor. 40 minutes are allotted, that is. It's better not to dig around. It's like a monster feels something and even is moving more agile. However, Sunny has no time to play with him and gets down to business. How only the core is broken. The system reports that he has proven overcoming his own fear and finished first trial. The guy in the inexplicable, in a fit of passion nostalgia, concerns crumbling remains golem. Appears light as at the end gothic corridor. Khan recalls that he didn't have time absorb the golem's soul and begins process. And the light starts pull the guy inside. Those who didn't make it in time are the ones who late. And in a duel with the system wins. Windows states that spirit absorption failed. Sunny annoyed that increased mastery flies by like plywood over Paris, but to indulge. There's no time for regrets. The guy is already in his 2nd year zone tests. It is necessary prove that he has become wiser. Sunny turns out to be the 2nd locations in the Orc village. As he thought, they are repeated past tests. Only at the moment settlement burns out, and on the contrary watches the fire group Orc Rangers. Apparently, they are turning around subsequent events. Orc, something decisive, grunts and his eyes get bloodshot with blood like a bull. At the Rangers, a fit of rage begins. This often happens with angry monsters. In a state, rabies orcs are far from primitive monsters class E.U. Sunny. A streak of bad luck began. Monsters furious worse bulls in a bullfight, and the whole herd rushes at the guy. Khan, again, is surprised that these orcs demonstrate pain of loss families, what shouldn't happen in theory. Sunny activates Skill 3 Absolutes and Instant Acceleration, rushing orcs across. Soon, in front of the guy, remains last survivor orc who stands on his knees and pitifully grunts. Khan notes that watch the death of a family without the opportunity, it's just disgusting to do anything. At these words, the orc explodes with rage. The monster rushes to attack the guy. How signs mine death sentence which immediately is being implemented. The window immediately states, Sunny proved that became wiser. Learned by example, Golem guy right away begins to absorb souls. In progress, mastery increases by 6%. The system reports that all the souls of the Orc Rangers have been absorbed, and 19 souls out of a possible 30 are in his possession. Mastery of the E+ class. Hunter's dagger skill reaches 100%. Class increases in D. Instant acceleration D reaches 100% and moves into class D+. Window announces the entrance to the third testing zone, where necessary prove overcoming own doubts. Khan thinks that will take away brain, and absolutely suddenly ends up on the battlefield site 6th floors. The guy immediately notices other arrangement of tiles. Sunny decides not to be surprised, because test with the ignorant orcs was called Wisdom. The guy is getting it from inventory potion recovery that adds 20% strength and mana. Having drunk potion life, Sunny straightaway feels myself better. But the devil is tugging at him. Throwaway empty bottle of potion just in water, slightly littered the location tests. Instantly, as if in response to his action, they begin tiles come off. Sunny activates the assassin's cloak, adding +15 to speed, and runs away in search of red tiles of the stronghold. The guy is catching up huge wave, and he remembers that in this locations it is forbidden touch water. But the tile literally pops out from under him, from under legs. The window immediately announces that endurance, dexterity, and strength are reduced by 10 units, for a period of 3 minutes. Sunny hoped that the tiles would remain in the same order as he had them. I saw it when I entered the location. But healthy meaning in the tower has quite unique character. Clasped, the guy activates his teeth instant acceleration. Khan rushes, hoping to notice the red plate of the stronghold, because losing his head in a stormy sea is not in his plans. Extreme long jump and the edge is not visible. Finally, another one from the ridge waves manages to notice a head red plate of the strong point. The guy doesn't have time to rejoice enough that, although would seize goal as around waves start rise up in the form of giants, water claws aimed at him. Location as if distraught, but sunny. The red plate straight ahead gives strength. First water claw catches up with the guy, feeling we're worse than a Sharko shower. Hana is thrown onto the tip of a water claw. Sunny activates exclusive effect pendants wrought iron to 10% damage absorbed skin. Window reports that inflicted to the user damage consumed by the spirit. One soul of an orc hunter disappears. Then straight away disappears another soul of an orc ranger. The guy is clear felt shockwave. But a moment before, the wave would have struck damage to him. Spiritual shield, everything blocked. Sunny bounces away from the water claw. He rushes in the direction coveted red tiles, and water claws relentlessly are approaching with all sides. Effect Assassin's cloak acceleration stops to act. The guy has 0 mana, but if we'll refuse skill instant acceleration, him end. That's why Sunny replenishes level mana with the help of absorbing the spirit of an orc ranger. Remains just a little bit to run, like suddenly a head-standing tile rises up on a pole water. what this is bad luck and how to deal with it. Sunny sees no other way out but how rush towards the target through Water Pillar. Here it catches up with him Water Claw. Disappears another soul of an orc ranger. The guy falls off the tip of the water spear and dives headfirst onto the strong point. The landing was not exactly soft. No way, they disappear. Straight away, 2 orc souls. After nautical walks in the estate, 12 out of 30 possible souls remain. Imprinted in the Sunny slab sees that on him aimed 3 water ones at once claw. At this moment, the window reports that overcoming beyond doubt proven. 3rd test completed. 7th floor passed. The system gives skill. Wins Grace, Class A-, and awards 15,000 points. Water the claws immediately transform into simple waves, which they pour water on the guy, finally. Window reports that high-speed boots Class C+ will be in inventory. Sunny doesn't understand why purpose provided suffering right up to the last second's tests. It's clear to the guy that on the 7th floor he was on the verge of failure. He believes that before he was just lucky. On the 8th floor passed more than 1,000 participants. It is happening extension systems. Now you can go back for good, 2 floor system activated implementations and skills store. As the icing on the cake is offered, pioneer all previous floors, select a halo that affects skills and a unique characteristic. Window politely asks, choose wisely. It wasn't like that before, none advice from the system. Khan decides, so they emphasize the importance of the halo. The performance of the ruler's aura depends on the person. It is associated with a unique characteristic, increasing growth, combat, production, and support. The ruler's aura has unique power. Skill synthesis. Window considers him the most suitable for Sunny. The hunter's aura is easy to adapt to. It improves skills and characteristics, has unique power, raise level. The system sees it as a perfect fit, Sunny. The monk's aura influences perseverance and talent. Time becomes stronger. Has unique power, path of practice, but the system does not recommend it. The guy dismisses the monk outright and thinks about it between the aura of a hunter and a ruler. Sunny Khan chooses the ruler's aura, which straight away launches evolution unique characteristics. The system offers choose new skill. Appears skill. Summoner. You can use absorbed spirits to create powerful skeletons. The skill, Magic Swordsman, increases talent for magic and sword, and improves 3 times ability acquire relevant skills. The skill, Creator, increases the talent for creation items, and 3 times is improving ability acquisitions production skills. Sunny, not long thinking, adds to the unique characteristics Necromancy Summoner attribute. Window reports modification some skills, adding detailed effects and creation capabilities synthesis skills. Synthesis from 2 skills creates 1 new one. Khan is sure that combining least useful skills can synthesize standing. Sunny decides try out ability and chooses skill, contempt for the weak and continuation battles, both Class F. Window reports completion synthesis skills. Created skill, forced breakthrough. Class D with 0% mastery. Can break through such forms, containment as skills and unique characteristics. If magic user higher level magic containment. Sunny was I'm sure there are 2 skills. Class F will be given new at its best case Class C, but received Class D. The guy decides to repeat the experiment and chooses Preparation Ranger and Burn Resistance, both skill Class F. It is being created skill Strong Eye, Class E, which provides visibility in poor conditions and makes vision sharper. Not all is Shrovetide for the cat. Khan thinks that for the first time the skills perfect were combined. Then, how the second time the couple chosen was not the best successful. Therefore, the class of the new skill just 1 step higher original. With pleasure stretched out on the bed, Sunny wonders whether he achieved everything himself, or he was just lucky with a unique characteristic. Khan reads that new skill. Wins Grace. Class A dash increases all speeds by 10%. Effect cumulative, after 7 times of use, cooldown 24 hours. From the possibility increase speed 7 times, Sunny comes into complete disarray delight. Moreover, the skill does not require mana. From the guy gets out the inventory. High-speed boots, class C+, which give +5 to speed movement and +3 to attack speed. Sunny. Very. I like that. All the rewards are for completing 7th floors connected with speed. In the skill store can get rich increase witticisms vision. Enchanted weapon, barrier mana, magic chain, monster skin. Also sell instant acceleration, steadfastness and acceleration. Skill prices sky high. Skill instant acceleration costs 8,000. Khan buys magical chain class D for 15,000 and resistance to magic also D for 12,000. Skill resistance to magic increases resistance to foreign magic, but skill magic chain increases its effectiveness. Sunny didn't want to would henceforth suffer from someone's unique characteristic type mergers hearts. Skill. The magic chain collects mana in the body into a chain that increases efficiency her use. Chains are engraved on the body. With new ones, skills and footwear, Sunny feels extraordinary ease in everything telly. The guy is thinking about passing the 8th floor test or return to Earth. Hunter on the bench hypnotizes the phone. He gave advertisement for recruitment to the emergency portal team in the Memorial Park. Tank and healer. Hunter of rank D and above are required, but there are no applicants. Not yet. They fit 3 rude hunters, seeing that the one sitting on the bench cannot assemble a team. Trinity offers give away them permission to enter the portal, because it void if not used within allotted time. Looking for a team does not intend to nobody give away your pass. Trinity, he laughs, saying that a bunch of hunters have gathered in the park, but no one is rushing to join the team that collected by E-class hunter. Above the waiting hunter all around they laugh. It's being distributed here. Specific question. Open Lee, are you still recruiting for the team? This appears Sunny Khan, who asks, is it enough? C rank to join the team. The knight willingly takes Khan under amazed views surrounding. One of Trinity brazenly puts Sunny put his hand on his shoulder like, it's your turn waiting if the guy doesn't understand. Khan suggests to the impudent fellow also join Chad's team if he is not happy with something, and also requires remove your hand from your shoulder while it's not broken. The impudent hunter feels powerful energy that definitely cannot have representative of rank C. Friends, impudent fellow, believe that talking about energy leader their companies, but that one explains that it's not about him. In full view of the representatives' associations, he will tolerate Hunter's prank, Sunny. Only approaching his companions, grumbles that the guy was just lucky this time. Chad, it kills me that all initially is coming awry. Sunny offers Hunter Chad Lee straight away enter the portal, because it is unlikely more will be found those who wish join them team. Chad incredulously asks again about intentions Logan total together. But nevertheless Les enters following Sunny, and then he is surprised at himself, as if he can't believe in such layout. Reassure his comrade, Khan assures that majority D-class monsters it's within his reach. Chad reminds that Sunny in the dungeon for the first time. The guy agrees, being sure that Tower tests a kin dungeon. Lee asks not to be considered tactless reminder that the most high mortality rate for C-rank hunters. E-rank hunters are more cautious, although weaker. Chad. Very worried the self-confidence of a partner who took a risk enter without a tank and a healer. Very politely, Lee finds out that Sunny doesn't mind his leadership because he has big experience dungeons. Then, with a bow, he thanks for understanding. Here we go, then comes out Lizardman, monster, wielding various types of weapons. Chad, extremely annoyed by such an opponent, but he immediately announces your plan. Lee will distract the monster's attention, and Sunny led attacks on signal when Lizardman will open your back. But to Khan's surprise, the opponents stand there, simply making sounds in turn. Warlike sounds, as if measuring ourselves by force of spirit. Temporary returning to Earth gives only 3 days, and Sunny is not going to waste them over a trifle creatures. So he asks Chad forgiveness for the forced intervention. Lee objects that Khan will be in danger, but he doesn't have time to finish the sentence because Sunny with instant acceleration has already cut it to pieces, Lizard Man. Chad Lee doesn't believe his own eyes. Sunny explains that intervened because he was short on time. Chad didn't mind. Han also there is offer. Chad ready all listen. Khan intends to lead squad, to which they are already rushing lizard men. Khan's self-nomination is accepted, unanimously. Crowd lizard men and compressed deadlines finds his death. Astonished, Chad is wide-eyed looks at them systematic extermination. Lee believes that he had the chance to witness the fight of a super newcomer. That's what they call it, talents that in the future will shake all hunting community. From hearts-killed lizardmen, Sunny extracts magical stones, mana, which valued in alchemy and metallurgy. He puts the stones in Chad's backpack, which brings their apologies that in their pair, he is only fit to play the role of a porter. Sunny little by little absorbs the souls of the slain lizardmen, then pretends that yawns to absorb all souls at once. D-class lizardmen improved his skills by only 0.7%. Such speed increases mastery is completely unacceptable, but luckily the team finds themselves at the portal to the lair. Boss, and that's it, inspires Sunny. Chad Lee, on the contrary, is simply in a trance that they together got here. He was the one who originally was what I'm happy to have mastered at least half of the dungeon. At this point, he has little doubt that his partner is capable of clearing the dungeon alone. Sunny politely interested, satisfied Lee Chada upcoming visit the chambers of the Lizardman King. Lee supports expressed initiative, however worried, no better Lee Sanny first, take a little rest. The guy was polite reject's offer, and the team enters the portal. Doesn't have time Chad ask your partner about his plan of action, how hears that the plan has not yet been devised. Lizardman Boss denies preliminary planning and furiously rushes to attack the uninvited guests. Sunny is relieved sighs. Just in time, the attack started eliminates the need-listen planning by Chad Lee. Lizardman King, a big guy, is surprising Sunny his with an agility unexpected for its size. But the monster's speed is not so great that it would be difficult for Khan with support set tempo of battle. Boss conducts lightning-fast attack and hits the guy with his powerful tail. Chad Lee already mentally says goodbye to his partner. Window reports that the spirit has been swallowed inflicted damage. Sunny quite satisfied testing new skills in combat conditions. Chad considers his own debt to report that decided it happened. My partner died. Lizardman sees with an unkind eye. Khan is interested, upset whether the king is aware that the throne is broken during the attack, and advises the monster to consider this how prediction. Boss spews out evil roar, and then wave purple glow. The window immediately informs that Sunny under impact skill waves slowdowns, which reduces all speed by 25%. In response, the guy activates skill forced breakthrough. Window says that user slowdowns has twice as much less magical forces than Khan. Slowing down is being removed. The boss is so loud opens in bewilderment. Sunny is convinced of the high-efficiency synthesized skill. However, slowing down the king completely shackled standing aside Chad. That one. He screams that his body is not subject to him. Lee screams to Sunny to him helped. A cry for help immediately attracts attention both Khan and the lizard man. The monster immediately rushes towards the immobilized one. Second goals. At Sunny's shouts, the boss doesn't pay attention, and the guy understands that distance too big. And then the guy activates Call Dead. Between Chad and the lizardman gets up squad-armed skeletons. Boss with a wild roar throws around skeletons in all directions. Sunny isn't surprised that the skeletons can't stop the king, but they win to him vital and important second. Khan stacks the wind's favor, increasing his speed by 60%. A second knocked out by skeletons saves human life. Window reports Death Boss dungeons and about the appearance in 14 days next boss. Spirit of the Lizard King. Increases mana and stamina by 4. Agility and strength by 1, and durability by 5. Also is absorbed Lizard King's skill, Spiritual Eye. The effect of the D-Class Spiritual Eye allows one to recognize attacks in the invisible state when entering combat. Range. Supervisor groups. Observations from the Association Hunters yawns on the bench, having clarified with his subordinates that nothing they don't notice anything unusual. He is sad, thinks that, how always, after the advanced detachment hunters will have to attacking team associations go finish off boss. He is sad that his team observers absent reward, as opposed to attacking commands. But the thought suddenly advanced, squad fully will clean up portals in one block. Warms up opportunity, grab a share. But then again falls into sadness because such may be only with an A-rank hunter, but high-class hunters are not prone to such antics. However, observers see outgoing from Portal, the advanced team that reports that cleaning is complete. This team entered the dungeon together. That means they are the floor they didn't master the path, so they come back so fast. Suddenly, the portal becomes gray, what means Chambers boss fully cleared. Supervisor with all legs rushes to Sunny to clarify this point. He is in no hurry, it is not known to whom to answer. The inspired boss introduces himself. His name is Wu Shim, the leader association portal monitoring group's hunters. Chad notices that Shim is probably interested in acquiring occupation rights portal. Wu exactly, that's what he wants. Chad explains that it's not up to him to decide, because Sunny captured dungeon alone. Wu Shim doesn't believe his own ears, specifying that Khan's rank is C but not A. Sunny doesn't want to advertise connection with the tower tests, so it just clarifies price. Portal Control Team offers more 50 millions, what all suits. Laika is tossing and turning mountains of papers, then constantly is engaged after returns from towers. Saving the phone ringing gives to the girl an opportunity to get distracted for a second. Moreover, she is interested in who is so late calls. When she looks at the screen, her eyebrows rise from surprise. How only the girl came back from towers, she was appointed head tower challenger control team's tests, buried in papers. Management extremely was alarmed by the coming revolutionary tests. Laika, who expected that applicants will be hide personalities, I still didn't think how much difficult will their recruit. I was able to dial less than a dozen low-level applicants that did not satisfy the authorities at all. But what? Is engaged Sunny for her a complete mystery. Marvelous, a strong contender who single-handedly cleared out the entire 4th floor. Laika regrets that didn't offer right away him membership in the guild. And suddenly, he asks for a meeting. Sunny, he can't get used to the space for him, the amount for the rights to the portal with the lizard man. Sitting in a cafe waiting for Lika, he even thinking about buying own home. But for a long time there's no need to wait. Out of breath, the girl can see that she here ran. Laika reproaches that the guy did not answer her for a long time message. Sunny asks forgiveness, apparently, I was in a hurry and didn't read it. Young woman offers to treat her to coffee and cheesecake as a sign of reconciliation. Khan agrees. Component placement Lika finds out that Sunny intend continue climbing in the tower trials, and he turned to her because has a request. Khan wants to join some guild so that during brief returns from towers have opportunity attack dungeons, but with conditions. Refusal to appear at the guild when ordered, non-interference in matters concerning towers, and the possibility to use dungeons at any time. After the announcement of such conditions, the pause is delayed. Sunny thinks, not too much Lee went too far. Laika thinks conditions impossible because guild gets nothing in such case. But here is a girl puts his palm on the guy's hand, then intertwines fingers and rises from the table, finally puzzling the guy. Laika suggests Sunny join her white guild. Then she will try do Khan's conditions are feasible. Sunny on the roof moving bus reflects on productivity yesterday, profitable sale, and joining the guild. True, in order to become a member of the White Guilds, necessary complete one task. Laika emphasized that free-use dungeons, a privilege it is necessary demonstrate capabilities management guilds. Sunny promised not to disappoint expectations and asked, "Prepare, everything is ready for cleanup." That's why now he is in the capacity. Warm-ups decides run to the dungeon. People waiting for the bus saw just like over the roof whistled wind. Laika is coming, confirm the assault on the portal in an hour. Representative Association's Hunters offers to the girl sit down under canopy. Once again, many time. Here, accelerating in the course of a warm-ups, Sunny breaks near the canopy. Construction almost blows away strong by impulse winds. Khan asks forgiveness, apparently, because of too much fast running arose shockwave. Representatives. The associations are in shock, as is Lika, who aloud reservedly notices that the guy has arrived it's a bit early. Sunny had nothing to do something, here he comes earlier. Laika has already accomplished verification procedures and requests, let me know when the guy is there ready to start, and they enter immediately inside. There are guys behind the portal find themselves in an endless field. Lika suggests to proceed to proof performance. Sunny asks, let me know if young woman will be in danger. She assures that will be fine. Guild gave her the artifact Necklace Empress's Class A, which works as a shield and provides weak invisibility. Because if Lika distracts attention monsters from Sunny, it will help him that contradicts conditions. She will not be on the battlefield. Sunny such option okay, possible fight without worrying about the girl. And the guy wanders forward across the field. Suddenly his activated spiritual eye is a skill given by the boss. Lizardmen. Sunny sees that from 3 sides the enemies are approaching without seeing who they. The guy is like inexplicably feels presence enemies. And soon he already sees attackers' creatures. Laika is surprised that poisonous fishermen they do it in the dungeon Class C. Young woman shouts that this dungeon breaking the rules. Let Khan beware. But judging by what appears before her with eyes picture, be careful costs poisonous for fishermen. Parts which fly off in all directions, irrigating the field with blood. Lika believes that the picture that appears before her is akin to madness. But then a smile prevents her from speaking. She was not mistaken in her choice. Sunny systematically mows down poisonous fishermen. At some point, even it works rare effect lightning of the sword, which the guy even became to forget because of its rarity. Fisherman Khan exterminates also manually, with the outcome for the monsters that they were not touched by the guy's hand or sword. Sunny invitingly waves with his hand, inviting Lika to approach the portal to the lair boss. Girl in the phase of not passing surprise. It takes less than an hour to get to the boss portal alone, especially in a rule-breaking dungeon. Because poisonous fishermen. Extremely nasty creature, even one individual recommended attack group. But in spite of generally accepted in my opinion, Sunny scattered a bunch of creatures just playfully, without any effort absolutely. With delight, Lumka understands that this is far from the limit of Sunny Khan's growth. It is impossible to imagine his limit with such a start. The guy is absorbing spirits fishermen to improve stats. Endurance, strength, and agility +4, mana +6, stamina +7. Sunny. I'm sure that with such a raise level he stats playfully deal with the boss. Guys enter the portal where the situation is strange, but the monster itself is nowhere to be seen. They are going forward, but Lika doesn't feel it even presence boss. How suddenly notice glow above, which comes from the king of fishermen. Sunny straightaway understands that this extremely dangerous. The guy grabs Lika in his arms and literally pulls her out from under the creature's nose. She was amazed and speechless. Can't be scared, utter not a word. The enraged king rages that both victims slipped away from under the nose and continues exude strange glow. Lika screams that the monster is behind. Sunny immediately became gigantic jump moves to a safe location distance. Khan asks forgiveness for the forced moving girls without her preliminary consent, but he considered boss too much dangerous. Lika assures that on the contrary now she is in debt to Sunny, And such in this case, the guy bows out, so that with my own hand deal with the monster. Leica suggests buff it to gain power, and personal test the candidate's abilities aider, but Sunny categorically refuses and simply steps into the air. The boy and the monster for a moment freeze opposite each other before the fight. Khan activates instant acceleration and speed boots. King of the poisonous fisherman, like Bull, beats paw on the ground. Sunny activates Wind's Grace for the 7th time, increasing all speed by 70%. The monster hesitates to attack. Tightening the process is not included in the plans of the new member of the White Guilds. That's why Sunny attacks Creature, activating 3 absolutes. The outcome of the fight was predetermined. Leica, from above, observes how in the course 1 attack boss dungeons, Fisherman Blue Flame just crushed into pieces. The girl is speechless. She believes that I'm confused, who this is where the monster is. And Sunny suspects that too much finely chopped up boss. On the return, Leica's path is surprised how fast Sunny cleared out this dungeon. Young woman confirms that he is brilliant, passed the test, and can to use dungeons White Guild that won't miss out such talent. Leica digresses and explains that in the tower test's chosen degree, the complexity is not particularly important. Even when choosing low degrees difficulties for those who have passed tests, complexity will increase as you go up the floors. Considering impressive height Sunny, his level is just killer in the rankings, 50 pioneers tops. In this regard, Leica expresses, I hope the guy will try be careful. Because, young woman. I would like to stay longer, be close in yours with eyes watch Sunny's amazing growth. The guy remembers these words while gnawing apple on the roof buildings in anticipation return to the tower. All 3 days he was spinning around like a squirrel in a wheel, but his confidence grew, as did his stats. Here is a window announces return in 5 minutes. Immediately upon return, it is proposed to start testing the 8th floor. Sunny does not object. Required choose between tactics, combat, and capture of the intersection point tests. The guy wants raise efficiency necromancy, therefore selects the intersection point fight. Window reports that all personal tests will be focused on fighting, as well as what it is forbidden, change intersection point after choice. Window notes that the pioneering applicant now will open personal chat with an administrator who specializes in combat. The system notifies about the start consultations with the manager of the combat crossing point, Lord Steelblood. The guy is immediately transported to another location, in the world of Steelblood. All around, only trees and swords stuck in the snow. Sunny activates the Eye of Truth, and the system reports that this space created for administrator. Here, impossible look in without her known. Is a window right here gives out that the administrator is not happy attempt to make inquiries. So, the admins can communicate straight messages. Suddenly, next to the guy appears Flaming Sword, and the system reports that admin commands stop, suffer foolishness, and go for the sword. Strange here, the flying sword rushes. Go ahead, Sunny, follows the subject. The guy finds himself in front of a completely ordinary house. Above the door, whom even Cozy is on fire flashlight. How only Khan opens the door to enter. Window reports that administrator looks at him. In a chair by the fireplace sits down red-eyed the girl who greets appeared pioneer. She is appointed to carry out consultations administrator Lord Steelblood. The guy has a flash of the idea that looks like Lord Foreign Gorgeous. However, he understands that the creature sitting in front of him is engaged control in the tower tests. Doesn't have time Sunny even think it out, this one thought. How administrator turns out to be straight, meaning nose to nose with him. Khan does not understand how the Lord instantly moved, despite the fact that he was on her watched without looking away and she takes a jug from the shelf. Her interesting was see how looks like a monster, impressed her on the 4th floor. And what was seen quite suits. Sunny finds out that observed tests below the 8th floor impossible. So the Lord, pouring herself a drink, knew about to all only by data reports. The Lord notices that judging by the expression faces, the guy clearly thought administrator's gods or manager's tower. But it is not so. Young woman states that administrators more remind subordinates towers. Therefore, you don't have to be nervous when they are close. Lord Steelblood is incapable to harm participant until obeys tower tests. This personal consultation earned Guy advantage that allows save question forms and learn all personally. Sunny specifies that this bonus is provided exclusively pioneers. The Guy wonders why the invader who almost finished him off came to him on the 5th floor. Administrator explains, there are no special reasons. Just invading the floor in another world, the intruder receives not only reward for the test. These invaders are from worlds where tower exists many decades and they know. The reward for the death of a contender from another world is the most big. Invaders from other worlds know that the tower of this world, earthly, with time will unite with the tower's other worlds. Starting from the 20th floors, the emphasis is shifted to combined tests. Then participants from different worlds collide. In the opinion of Sunny, this too much looks like an attempt to put away competitors with whom inevitable future collisions. The Guy wants to know what by yourself represents tower tests. Lord Steelblood pauses. Then administrator, she says that she wouldn't mind, either would to know this answer. The Guy can't believe that the administrator doesn't know answer. But the Lord explains that current administrators were the same members as Sunny, but died after the 40th floor. For those who dies after the 40th round, the right to revive as administrators is given. Lord Steelblood climbed up to see the top of the tower. But I couldn't, so I became an administrator. Sunny disappointed the realization that administrators, former participants, and also don't know anything about the summit. At these words the Lord frowned, and a moment later Sunny sealed her hand to the wall. The Lord hisses that it is not proper to speak about the summit respond in such a dismissive manner. The Guy doesn't answer. Administrator wonders what he is not afraid of and not surprised by. Khan calmly explains that consultation. This is his advantage, and he does not feel any hostility from the Lord at the moment. In a second, Sunny clings fingers on the wall and just plain and simple breaks through hole outward. Khan has no intention of allowing this to happen easily. He was harmed. The administrator's mouth drops open at such a statement. In my entire life, she for the first time sees how someone is destroying personal residence administrator. But the Lord finds the Guy's actions quite convincing and offers the applicant, Sunny Khan, a patronage agreement. At this point, Sunny is transported to his room expectations where straight away opens exclusive contractor store with prices in special glasses. Contractor Lord Steelblood is listed. Power, items, and skills are available for sale. Khan realizes that the Lord was not a dream. He remembers how she stretched out him the hand in which a scroll appeared, with the words that she did not intend miss a brave and talented applicant. How special Lord's advantage increases all of the Guy's stats by 1. The last thing the Guy heard at her words, they say, were not boring. There are 3 types in the store forces on the first page: Steel Soul Class A+, Winter King D+, and Purity of Mind C-. However, the next page, exclusive store transition impossible earlier than 10th floor. The power of the Steel Soul rises, mastery possessions weapons by 2.32 times, and all over again, mastered combat skills are beginning immediately with 10% mastery. Costs Steel Skill 6,500 special points. For 800, there is the power of the King of Winter, common among the northern rulers, which allows you not to freeze and increases stats in the cold. First, Sunny planned save up special points, but still acquire the power of Purity for 1,000 reason, which increases combat immersion. Also, this power allows in any situations think rationally and reduces confusion and anger during the fight. This one purchase Sunny intend raise own degree survival, understanding inevitability story invasions. The Guy starts testing the 8th floor with the theme destruction. It is necessary when calling skeletons Leecha. Right off the bat, Sunny impressive scope tasks. He finds himself on a cliff, and underneath him a flood is pouring out. A whole sea of skeletons. The Guy thinks. Tower tries to overwhelm the challenger with quantity enemies. However, Sunny decides not to postpone inevitable and begins to destroy skeletons. Intensity, the influx does not decrease, but the weak the attackers are unable to even break through basic protecting the guy. They differ skeletons only types of weapons and equipment. Sunny methodically exterminates arriving opponents. In all directions fall apart bones. For each skeleton mastery is increasing by only 0.08%, which quite depressing Sunny. The guy resigns himself to the idea that he is unlikely to get much of a raise mastery in the course tests, despite the number enemies. Standing on piles of bones, Sunny suddenly hears someone's voice screaming, "What goat is causing havoc in the sanctuary?" The guy summons skeleton soldiers at the expense of absorbed souls. His skeletons not bad crush the remains of the attackers. That's why Sunny leaves skeletons to sort things out with each other and decide go and search their boss. Khan activates the Grace of the Wind, increasing speed by 60%, and includes high-speed boots. According to his guess, the Lich must obviously live in a castle in a remote area elevations. Assumption. Sunny turns out correct. In the castle, he is met by a Lich with a grimoire in his hand. Lich is outraged as insignificant human dared to invade his sanctuary. Summoner threatens to the offender his own peace of mind, fierce reprisal. The grimoire has already been opened. Two huge, angrily roaring ones appear sandy golem. Sunny is surprised that the Lich is subject not only skeletons. The Lich wonders if he made the man tremble. Khan suggests call upon someone stronger from the available arsenal, so as not to disappoint the guest. Lich calls human crazy. He is sure that the guards will simply tear him apart. Insolent to pieces. Sunny doesn't object and doesn't try, nothing undertake, allowing golems come up closer. Then Khan activates instant acceleration, and soon golems lie down around Lisha piles of spare parts. The guy is already raising his sword over the boss when Window reports that for each guardian, skill rises by 1.2%. Sunny pleased with how the undead improve his skills. The Lich is displeased hisses, "Where from took on this monster?" In his eyes, human looks like that's exactly it. The Khan raises his sword a second time. His gaze falls on the grimoire, with the help of which the Lich summons monsters. Sunny was I wouldn't mind master such skill. He throws grimoire for the frightened Lich. The guy finds out that, again, call upon guards Lich is able in a couple of minutes after their death. Sunny to order the conscription to begin. The Lich, who understands nothing, humbly carries out orders under threat of death. The second time, the guy just as quickly crushes a couple of golems. Sunny orders the Lich to summon all not yet dead skeletons and put them in forces in golems, so that the guy would crush me once again, guards. The Lich screams how much to him to come this study. By, Sunny doesn't allow it stop. The guard's destruction brings increased skill by 1.2%. Soon, Window reports reaching 100% of the unique necromancy characteristic. Necromancy reaches rank C. The exhausted Lich grumbles and curses the bastard who forced even Devil tremble. Promises. Curse, and after death. With each summoning on the Lich's skull appears all more cracks. That is, it is already practically crumbles to dust. Sunny regrets that the Lich didn't last long and just demolished his head off his shoulders. Severed head of the undead states that the worst thing in his life was meeting with Sunny. Window announces the achievement of personality that has surpassed Devil and increased dexterity by 1. Absorb, Lich Spirit increases skill by 17.4%. All stats increase by 2,700 special points are awarded rewards, and 300 special points bonus, as well as 30,000 points for completion tests. In the room, expectations, expansion reported systems. No limits on responses. Admins you can watch the tests, buy skills. Class C. Necromancy C rank allows inherent mastery completely upon absorption skill of the soul of the dead. That is, you do not need to pump it from scratch. Moreover, it appears 20% probability acquisition skill imprinted in the absorbed soul. Sunny believes that the sword is quite more can use, but here skills wanted would pull up. The skill, Hunter's Dagger, is at maximum, now necessary skill, Swordsmanship. But there's nothing in the store, I can't find a suitable guy. Therefore, you need to create it yourself, new skill. For the basics, the guy buys Basic Fencing, Class E, for 25,000 points. This skill increases main skills all species fencing, and when using a sword increases cutting force of 1.5 times. To upgrade Sunny's Hunter's Dagger combines it with Basic Fencing. Synthesized skill, C-Class, Assassin Demons. This skill-hunting fencing art twice increases attack speed if battle. It doesn't go with human ones, creatures. Sounds just perfect for fighting monsters. Skill fusion again confirms its value. Sunny gets excited, even though he understands danger and risk of gambling games. Khan synthesizes resistance to the laws of nature and accelerated regeneration, Class D. It turns out Regeneration Iron Blood, Class C. Then synthesizes Regeneration, Iron Blood, Class C, and Pain Tolerance, Class D. Ash comes out blood, Class B-. Ashy blood is racial sign mutant vampires. Now, recovery increases proportional to durability. Regeneration from physical damage accelerates 3 times, and also up to 40% painful sensations are blocked. Sunny is impatient check skill but room. All heals itself. Therefore, for 100 points it temporarily turns off healing effect premises. The spiritual shield does not activate because all souls are absorbed, and the guy without hesitation chops off his own hand with a swing. In golden glow appears new hand. Now, even outside room's expectations. In fact, Khan is located under permanent healing. There is no need for an iron shield, but the guy is used to it. Accessory, and decides to use them until the shield breaks for the second time. Sunny looks into the general chat, but doesn't find anything interesting there. The portal to the 9th opens floor with theme, the Fight Test, which one day is allotted. It is necessary. Exterminate all monsters in the arena. The system immediately warns about the introduction of a candidate from the world of Mirim, who stole target tests. Gray-haired grandpa standing on a pedestal made of carcasses of the killed monsters introduces himself as the commander of Mirimsky Union Straw. The goal the testing system proclaims Murder Sola from the world of Murim, which unperturbed is interested the name of the enemy. Sunny doesn't understand why his enemy's name is. That one explains that he is his name and position announced according to etiquette fencers. Khan does not see there is no point in introducing myself, because invasion of his floor grandpa carried out not at all with good intentions. Sunny is simply in shock. Either all the invaders are completely crazy, or this personally from him such personal misfortune. Grandpa resigns himself to the guy's anonymity, and suddenly briskly for his own appearance rushes into attack. Sunny activates Wind's Grace, increasing all speed by 30%. Lightning fast reflects ubiquitous blades. Soul surprised meet in the earthly measurement so experienced warrior. The Murim commander asks sorry for that, looked down on the guy. Khan demands stop hypocrisy. After all, Soul came, kill him, and steal reward, so his feigned politeness is simply meaningless. Old man believes that they can't understand each other because they from different worlds. With these words, he raises his shining sword. Saul skids weapons with a memorial phrase in relation to nameless swordsmen. Sunny is immediately covered by a thick veil, purple mists. Window explains that the unique characteristic, sword light, blinded him for 5 seconds. The guy turns out with all sides and pitch darkness is activated immediately. Skill. Magic resistance and duration blinding is reduced to 2.5 seconds. Sunny activates Skill E Spiritual Eye and understands that the sword flies. The guy manages to dodge, and the sword only slightly cuts skin. Window reports receipt achievements, avoidance blindness, and to dexterity +2. Effect the light of the sword ends, and the grandpa invader looks clearly surprised. Activated skill Ashen Blood, the cut on his neck immediately heals. Sunny understands that his throat was almost cut. Soul doesn't understand how the enemy figured it out the trajectory of his sword. Instead of Khan turns on the answer instant acceleration, activates Wind's Grace, increasing all speed by 50%. Sunny rushes into attack. Swords clash with points in a sheaf glow. The guy decides give and kick Grandpa's foot, which Soul immediately tries chop off. Sunny is trying kick away the opponent's sword. Elderly intruder complains about the use strange technician. The guy is puzzled by what their characteristics are practically the same level. But this one thought does not interfere to him continue the fight. Marimsky Interventionist reports that from this moment will behave seriously, and again turns on his unique characteristic, Sword Light. Window indicates blindness for 5 seconds. Resistance to magic reduces duration blindness by half, and immediately Khan activates the Spiritual Eye. Sunny feels increased speeds enemy strikes, one of which relentlessly is approaching. Thanks to exclusive effect pendants wrought iron, 10% is absorbed physical damages. The shield flies apart into pieces, immediately activated skill resistance pain. So there was a blow, such forces that steel there was simply not enough protection. Effect eclipses is terminated. Sunny bounces away from the opponent, but the invader manages to reach his shieldless hand with your own with a glowing blade. The feelings are not from pleasant. Accelerated regeneration saves situation. Restless grandfather broadcasts that accepted was rival for good master's combat arts, but now I understand all his techniques are borrowed. In response to which Sunny states that unique blinding intruder characteristic same ability which endowed Tower. The guy activates the Wind's Mercy for the 7th time, increasing speed by 70%. He is interested in how can criticize others for what you use yourself. Soul starts speech that swordsmen shouldn't rely on borrowed capabilities. Sunny is already attacking. Instead of ending's hypocritical tirades, intruder gets hit on the head. Khan is interested. Don't mind Lee Soul die due to application's borrowed capabilities. Sunny's sword tip rests against the opponent's forehead. Saul has been used dozens of times story invasion and strike with his sword of opponents from Set's worlds. But in the earthly world the opponents are so weak that this measurement is called a jar of honey. Never previously earthly the applicants did not touch not even a hair from his head sola. He is invariably won on the first try blinding. Intruder was in complete confidence that history will repeat itself once again without any changes. But the layout came out absolutely other. Grandpa attacks back and immediately bounces to the side. Expected there is no effect from the attack because Sunny has his activated accelerated regeneration, which his opponent from the world of Muram does not possess. They float up 4 windows with reactions admins. Monster of the North predicts defeat Sunny. Hero of the Black's Islands praises Khan's skill. Lord of the Late Nights interested. And White Crane Sword admires Guy. Soul grinds his teeth. Grandfather activates Walk Nymphs, increasing speed almost 3 times. And also Lightning Chi Sword, filling the sword with energy lightning. Adds to this 1 hit, doubling the cutting force of the sword during the following attack, and doubles attack speed 1 hit, 2 skins. Sunny, with a smile, comments that the recent intruder criticized all techniques. Suddenly, the system notifies about the Floorfine invasions. All stats Sola are reduced by 8. In addition, the skills Lightning, Chi Sword, and 1 strike, 2 skins, deactivated forced. But Grandfather turns on Light of the Sword. The guy is already used to it, reacts to a pattern attack by an intruder activation of the Spiritual Eye. Fierce Grandfather threatens gut the guy and rushes to attack. Sunny activates the 3 Absolute at these words, strengthening skill 3 of your own next attacks. Elderly Blow. It reflects the sun. Fortunately, the action ends too, effect eclipses. duel this one is far from being one easy contractions for both opponents. The vaunted invader's sword broken, as does its owner in general. Commander of Marimsky, the Union simply refuses believe own eyes, but his cut body falls to the ground. The system congratulates Sunny with overcoming 9th floor's tower's tests. Absorb the spirit of a participant. Sola raises mastery necromancy immediately by 27%. Next follows familiar incompatibility message awards and levels, difficulties, tasks, and subsequent their revision. Khan gets skill 6th feeling. Ragna C+, 30,000 points and 1,000 special points as a reward. Sunny sees that 6th feeling is much cooler than beastly instinct, which was offered initially. Windows. They report that Admin's Sword of the White Crane, Beast of the North, Devourer of the Late Nights and the Hero of the Black's Islands, I liked his fight. It's happening extension systems. Now administrators can watch the test. Sunny feels satisfaction from what was received confessions. It comes right away message that Admin Lord of Steelblood condemns excitement around Khan and advises against becoming obsessed with attention. Window communicates a desire Admin of the White Crane. Sword add power to the exclusive store. Need accept or reject offer. Lord Steelblood is displeased, permits accept offer. Admins can sponsor a force in order to gain favor contractor. Sunny ponders why to the administrator needed favor a participant with an already concluded contract. Administrator White Crane Sword explains, in the future will many situations when them to come collide. Lord Steelblood notes that the power provided is so, it's remarkable that Khan even will feel encumbrance, that is, to him give strength, but wait something in return. Sunny with gratitude accepts offer. The power of Chi Sword Master appears in the exclusive shop. Here the administrator of the White Crane Sword smiles and asks not to forget about kindness, according to message windows. Also, access to common areas opens. Sunny allowed interested. Looking whether on him, administrators in the room expectations. But there is no answer, which means they are not watching here. In the description added the power is said, the sword, key is transformed, liberated energy, key available first class to the warriors. The power of Chi can enhance the sword with energy key, increasing consumption mana. In the guy's opinion, it looks not bad. The second one is now available page exclusive store where there is Reconstruction Bones, C+, Hand of Death, B, and Steel Blood Sword, A. Reconstruction Bones. For 1,500 of special points, changes bone structure for any combat art and increases all stats by 2. Steel Blood Sword. For 5,000 of special points will allow summon a sword from mana, but is used only once. Hand of Death. For 2,500 doubles efficiency, black magic, and necromancy, and touching the object with which are applied wounds causes decomposition. But the guy has only 2,000 of special points, so he buys the power of the Chi Sword Master for 1.5. Sunny uses mana for the skill, 3 absolutes, but there are other sensations. Mana flows into the sword instantly, like wave. Master of the Chi Sword quicker reminds flow water which spreads across the sword, and every per minute while the power is activated, 2% more is consumed mana. That is, in 50 minutes consumption mana it will be 100%. Skill. 6th feeling. Sharpens instincts so much that they literally become the 6th feeling, based on whom can do conclusions. Sunny enters the 10th floor community. From ordinary chaos one can understand that general zones, a place where people from meet different countries, have to do with it. Foreign languages automatically are translated. Has anyone seen in general? S-rank hunter zone from Japan. Someone writes that in general zone foreigners suggested exchange by force with its administrator. Sunny decides go on reconnaissance in the common area yourself, since you can not only look at other participants and also exchange strength. At the same time, the guy who used the question form moves into the common area, so that find out about it place, and a girl in a nun's robe. For two new arrivals are watching from thickets. The gang, hiding in the bushes, knows that the new arrival is their Hunter Korea rank A, leader Trinity. Always it wasn't the most worrying thing the best behavior this powerful hunter. But beyond common zones, murders are not prohibited. Unsuspecting hunters walk along the road. Suddenly, the guy falls to his knees. Weakening with light, he has ran out of mana. Limitation territories, all stats reduced by 20 and eye horror paralyzed. The stunned hunter wonders what kind of chaos this is. Create strangers. Then, a nun comes up and demands stop. Otherwise, she will report hooliganism Trinity in the community. The ringleader of the group promises, think about the request if, in return, young woman will undress. If one of them is exposed, one of them will be left alive. The girl doesn't understand that this means. The ringleader suggests help and reaches out his hand to the nun. At this moment, someone passes by. Sunny too attracts attention. Trinity. Khan is called. Then, with impudent smirks, they clarify that the guy is also Korean. Sunny doomed sighs. He just wanted to pass by calmly. The gang uses his on-the-guy unique characteristics that dumped the first hunter. However, they picked the wrong guy. Khan activates forced breakthrough and magic resistance, removing all effects and restrictions. The guy is getting it from inventory sword. Sunny declares that he wasn't the one who started it and turns it on instant acceleration. With 2, the guy deals with the troublemakers instantly. The third one manages to put up ice shield. Without further ado, Sunny. He hits the shield with a running start, just with his fist. The immobilized hunter and the nun are just mouths revealed. Main troublemaker lands on his butt, seeing his ice shield crack at the seams. Sunny for Verochka, he hits the fist again, and the shield crumbles to smithereens. The leader of the troublemakers suddenly lost all his arrogance, shouts that was wrong, asks to show mercy. But Khan's sword doesn't let him finish. Sunny absorbs the souls of the slain, and mastery necromancy increases by 6.4%. The fight did not take place many times. The nun asks forgiveness, but a duel ended faster than she made it in time. Think about it to intervene and help. Khan assures that everything is fine. Young woman thanks and leaves. The rescued hunter clarifies that Sunny can name Rancor, and thanks for saving him. The guy assures that everything is fine. In fact, he killed those who tried to kill him and saved the passers-by along the way. Sunny turns to leave, but the boy calls out to him. He asks to leave the body's troublemakers for him. In gratitude for the rescue and for the corpses, promises provide force. The boy directs palm towards the dead Tell. In the palm of your hand is revealed luminous an opening, like a portal. Bodies disappear into this portal quickly and without a trace. Sunny watches what is happening, believing that this some kind of power. The boy, or rather his administrator Gourmand, adds the power of steel to the exclusive store. Wings. This power will allow create wings and levitate on them. Sunny thanks. Admin, Sword of the White Crane, asks not to bother to the participant he noticed. Admin Gourmand is indignant degree non-compliance business ethics. Admin, Lord of Steel. Blood is not happy at all with that hanging around his contractor. Admin, Black the Devil with pleasure observes the altercation. Based on from arranged commotion, Sunny does conclusion that the administrators definitely need something from the participants. But they don't care, they say, your own time. The rescued hunter tells on the way that the common area consists of from game zones, auctions, and arenas. Also, to him, it is known that in the story implementation except Land's 3 worlds are involved, Murim, Kalian, and Ares. Ares' dimension is focused on chivalry. Murim is similar to Earth, but more aggressive. Sunny understands that first intruder was from Ares, the second, as it is known from Murima. In dimension, Kalian live beastmen, fairies, and elves. For educational purposes, conversation guys come to the common area. The boy asks contact at any time and hands Khan his business card. He is in charge the team monitoring the applicants from associations hunters. Window reports that after entrance to the common area, all anomalies plus fights are being filmed between participants impossible. The boy rushes to the auction area, while Sunny intends to visit the arena. Khan sees participants sitting in chairs. Some they get nervous, standing in front of the screens, as if at a betting shop, commenting what is happening. On the first, the look of the arena reminds Sunny ordinary gambling house. To the admin, to black, to the devil. This reminds past, admin Lord of Steel. Blood with Hatred declares, arenas everywhere are the same. Admin White Crane Sword is worried that in the arena it's getting hot. Sunny guesses that need to sit in one of 3 armchairs. How only Khan occupies armchair, Window reports activation systems arenas and offers choose between duel and bets. Window explains that when choosing a bet, you can put points on the duels of other participants. Depending on the result, the points can lose or receive. When choosing duels, can fight with other participants for a reward, strength, skill, or an object. Duels conduct only with the same level awards. Upon confirmation, duels participants see names and ratings of each other. Upon confirmation duels, rivals are transported to the Coliseum for battle. When one of participants surrender, duel ends. Visitors in a greedy manner are delighted, famous American, Hunter Catherine, whom they call Witch Hellish Flames. Many, for the first time, see her live. Catherine laments that no one sends her a request for a duel, apparently because on her account 17 wins and 0 losses. Window tells her that Administrator Lord of Fire, laughing, considers this nonsense. Catherine comes to the conclusion that there are only 1 people around cowards. It's time to go. But suddenly comes duel request from Sunny Khan from Korea, which has 3rd place in the ranking. He has not yet participated in arena battles. Young woman confirms consent to a duel. Rivals are transported to the Coliseum for battle. Catherine praises combat the guy's mood, but advised would first watch the opponent. Khan does not answer. The system announces the start of the fight Catherine Bennett against Sunny Hannah. Young woman asks Count upcoming duel is a good experience. She activates the power of Birth Fire. Pillar flames from her hands reach out to Sunny. Katrina threatens to the rival ambulance reprisal. Han activates the power of Sword Master Chi. Flame is cut by his sword like paper. Sunny doesn't reduce pressure. Katrina quite surprised and does not hide this. I never expected it to be so fast extinguishing her fire. Self-confident smile superiority disappears from the American woman's face. Sunny kindly promises provide the girl had a good experience during given duels. Idyllic bamboo grove rises slender trunks to the sky. A well-kept courtyard with a fountain invites you to relax. Contemplation. Slowly stretches aromatic tea. The perfect drink for the process contemplation. For the first move, dueling challenger Sunny Khan's fight. White Crane Sword Administrator didn't expect that the guy would already master it. Liberated energy key. I'm happy that sponsored this one excellent power, and henceforth intends to gain Khan's favor earlier all administrators, because there is the probability that exactly Sunny will be able to execute her old dream, bark she couldn't achieve. Duel continues. On the guy from 3 sides are approaching pillars fire. The guy activates, instant accelerates, and takes off. But fiery poles with the tenacity of hounds follow their own purpose. Sunny cuts through fire on the fly. While the guy is clearing space in front of you, fire as insidious as being selected behind, and instantly devours the hems of his cloak. The guy is seriously upset by this turn of events. Catherine is already ready to launch a new one-party fiery balls. To the girl, I wonder how long the enemy can hold out. Admin. Lord of Iron Blood is considering flame, close-up. Admin White Crane Sword hopes for Khan. Admin Black Devil laughs. looking at the power fiery elements. The power of Sword Master Chi has been activated. 4 minutes ago, and consumption mana increased by 8%. It is simply not profitable to drag out the fight. Sunny absorbs Saul's spirit, increasing stats. Stamina +2, mana +3, endurance +3, agility +1, strength +2. In progress absorbed skill Sola. Lightning Chi Sword, Class B. Using Ki appears on the tip of the sword ranks Lightning. It's increasing also the power of Energy Chi, and this gives the ability to perform a cleaving strike. Khan is interested in whether it will work Li launch Chi at a distance. Catherine, he's furious, like the enemy has time be distracted by something other than duel. With all the sides are looking at the guy fire swords. The fire rushes towards Sunny, who takes off running. Several swords have to do fight back. Fortunately, the guy is not afraid of burns, since it is immediately activated skill Ashen Blood. Sunny doesn't know. It turns out was his attempt successful from the first times, but it decides practice activating the power of the sword Master Ki, along with the skill Lightning Sword Ki. The guy throws a punch, which first puzzling Catherine. Then the American woman panicked. Sets up a shield. It seemed wood. Idea with a shield, it's quite good, successful. If Sunny Khan's blade didn't resist the girl in the neck, Catherine Bennett admits the incredible strength of the opponent and his own defeat. Window states victory, receiving promised Catherine Storm skill Class C+, and moves to the arena area of the 10th floor. Initially, Sunny just wanted to hone in. I didn't expect to wield a sword in the arena, meet a strong opponent, and even more so, burn the hem of your cloak. The skill Storm is disappointing. It concerns only application-piercing blows, not fencing in general. Khan feels myself deceived. While he has just one win in the arena, and Sunny confirms next duel with a participant who is in 11th place in the ranking Japan. The Japanese man is looking forward to it. Weighted fight with the third in the ranking Korea, but his rival looks like a homeless person, and he is disappointed. Sunny in response only silently smiles. Japanese wonders what the guy is laughing about. Khan explains that he was amused by the fact that their thoughts are the same. The Japanese immediately flares up like match. In a rage, rival rushes at Sunny to attack, completely ineffective. Sunny surprised by how much weak to him seems Japanese, and he immediately puts it down rival. Window announces victory due to strong damage. Here the guy realizes that he is looking at a real Klondike skills. It's done in no time, wins third rival. The fourth rival comprehends the same fate. With the fifth victory, Sunny receives achievement Master Duels. His strength increases by 2. Central lands Murama represent by yourself picturesque mountains covered with forest. They have foothills and bamboo thickets on stone. The guy is meditating, but his concentration violates Presence Assistant. That reports to the Young Master and Death Master's Sola. Not long ago, it became possible to connect to the Earth dimension, and Sewell died during story introduction to Earth. Young Mister feels approximation, long-awaited rival. Appears huge and ferocious spiritual beast. Young, the gentleman, does not move from his place, but notices that 5 years ago he stopped rise to the top towers. He extends his hand. Immediately the sword, stuck into the stone, begins vibrate and glow in response to movement, and then ends up in the hand of the young gentleman, over whom he has already opened mouth beast. Sir, crushing stone, soars upward. His figure seems a midge against the background of a grinning animal muzzles. Young Mister plunges the sword into the beast's head, killing the giant with one blow. Goosebumps. Assistant watches how easily the young Mister deals with the powerful creation. To the young master, interesting here about the earthly measurement. He orders any at the price find out who exactly killed Master's Sola. Sunny comes back from common zones in the room waiting for the 10th floor. First, the guy is happy to do it, falls on the bed, although upon entering the room fatigue, how by hand removed. Strength. Steel wings. Class C+ is worth 1,500 of special points, but allows create at the expense of mana wings with high-speed flight. At the moment, Sunny has only 500 special points, so with the purchase new forces with fabulous ability will have to wait a little. The guy activates unique power of synthesis skills and starts experiments with arena winning skills. Combines Sunny near hours. In the end, created skills. Defense, counterattack shield. Class B, speed movement, secret shadow step. Class C+. Also created new skill. Attack speed, frantic, swordplay. Class C+. Sunny activates the counterattack shield. Looks like new skill impressive powerfully. Without further ado, Khan enters the 10th floor with the theme Cooperation. 3 hours are given to prevent the Lord devouring darkness from rising again. Trial command. First place in the ranking Korean server Sam Kim. Second place Chan Lee. Third place Hunter. And with the 6th place of Judge Gonu, who, as remembers Sunny, is stirring up trouble in the general chat. How only all 4 team members they are gathering. It is beginning preferential period of 30 minutes. Sam is outraged that combined the tests are already boring. Chan is clearly familiar with him on Earth. Life. Type so strange nickname points a finger at Khan, accusing him that met him on the 4th floor. Sunny can't understand what it's about at all is coming speech. Sam wondering if we crossed paths whether the hunters were on trial. Because from Sudi's reaction, it was unpleasant meeting. Judge Gonu agrees with Sam and begins to tremble. He states that Sunny is one of those who grows at the expense of receipt achievements for killings. John, under nickname Judge Gonu, constantly is deceiving surrounding. His favorite survival tactic. Inflate conflict, setting up everyone against each other in order to take it for himself reward. This one, John's tactics are constant uses both in the earthly world and in the tower tests. Admin. The lying clown often laughs at the deceptions of his contractor. John judges by expression faces that Sunny puzzled and decides pour in more fuel for the fire. Judge Gonu states that the guy is brutal, killed members' own commands. Sunny, calmly wondering what the hell is going on, carries fair-haired. Sam gets enough from inventory his hammer. He prefers a 3 with an excellent command work than 4, where each for himself. Leader rating and 10 find out who speaks the truth, so that exclude from team's liar. Sunny figures that the worst layout will be if we'll have to fight with 3 participants simultaneously. Chan calls all calm down and reminds that Sudi Gonyu met the hunter on the 4th floor, and the system of nicknames arose from the 5th floors. Therefore, the prosecutor must know the real thing Hunter's name. If Sudi Gonyu calls him, he will immediately, it will become clear. John is in full confidence that confirm yours here the name is not really shouted out. Name Matt Hall. Chan interested. Is therely what say to Matt Hall. Sunny states that it's not funny at all, and it's annoying from under his bosom his hunting license, which accidentally I forgot to take it off at home. Judge Ganya is noticeable tenses up when he sees an official document. Sam, with a hammer in his hand, states that now it's clear who should follow, exclude from commands. Admin. The lying clown clicks his tongue from clumsiness contractor. Admin. The connoisseur of dispute laughs at the colloquial John's abilities. Admin dark observer snorts at the results. Admin seeker lies rejoices John's stupidity, which understands that he has fallen into his own trap. Sunny asks sorry, but I intend to settle this question on one's own, because at the moment the guy is just furious. Sam doesn't mind. John is surprised at Hunter's stupidity. If you kill him, you have a chance to survive yourself, even though the team looks at him with disgust. Khan suggests that John should be held accountable for the stupid things he said. But the blonde objects that has no idea about responsibility. Judge Gonu cares exclusively about my own survival. Because by force, it's not just the hunter who has it. Sunny feels like his legs are wrapped around stems of the swamp spirit. The guy activates magic resistance, and the stems fully are destroyed. The freed Khan attacks. John is annoyed that the enemy has skill resistance to magic. The guy's attack is met by Sudi Gonyu's shield. Sam offers Jianwu move away, but Lee watch the battle close, it's better it is felt struggle rivals. However, Sam is not in the mood, listen and be patient the whims of a friend, because considers caution is not superfluous. John yells to Sunny died, and launches glowing discs towards Khan. The guy is avoiding contact with these things, and he rushes to the blonde guy to give him a good beating. But John chuckles maliciously, saying that the hunter is becoming prey. Luminous discs, previously launched by the enemy, became spheres and everything swarm, rushing on Sunny. They catch up with the guy. John is happy giggles that nothing was billed from yourself as a cool fighter. But then his mood sharp changes, because Sunny activates a counterattack shield that absorbs a quarter of the damage and subsequently is able to release it. The guy asks, don't be surprised by the blonde guy, that's it more ahead. John doesn't understand what the hell is going on. Happens as his technique with ease blocked. Sunny again rushes into attack. Blonde guesses that case smells like kerosene. The guy is being pounced on stones, which doesn't really slow him down. Watching as Sunny cuts stones with a sword, Chan, interested, known Lee Sam, who such is this hunter. Sam doesn't know that. Among high-ranking hunters, Chan believes Hunter could just be ordinary a person. Sam, I agree, if the guy is not from Hunter's high rank, then become so the task is not for the strong simple. And, in my opinion, Sama, it's strange that Sunny Khan is currently not fighting the enemy at full strength. Sam suspects that Hunter's level is comparable to his own level. Chan notices that Hunter's in the rating only on 3rd place. Sam believes that if Khan got the weak ones teams in combined tests, then the tower could simply underestimate him. Sunny knocks out Grimoire from the hand of Judge Ganu. That, screaming at the top of his lungs floor with all my might. Liar kneels before the hunter. Sam is surprised that the guy did not kill the enemy immediately, but suppresses him with superiority, as if this to him it's worth nothing. Suni Gonyu begs the hunter not to kill him, because trial designed for 4 members commands. What do they have a team of? The best players. Suddenly the 3 of us simply won't be able to get through this trial. Sunny turns to the rest of the team, find out their opinion. Sam promises not to interfere. Let the hunter do as he pleases, considers necessary. At that moment, when Sunny turns away, John extracts his sword in an attempt to attack. How finally pisses the guy off, and signs his own death warrant. Sunny doesn't understand that exactly and what happened. Judge Ganya had to use Mind Trump and activate unique characteristic Deception, which increases all stats by 10. John yells that will finish off rival. Sunny activates your shield. Sudi Gonyu's attack just falls apart to smithereens. Khan activates Wind's Mercy, increasing all speed by 40%. The guy puts a shield in front of himself. He was convinced that more dangerous it would be better to leave such a scoundrel alive than try to pass the test 3 of us. Then the skill, Shield Counterattack, releases accumulated damage. Wave energy simply erases John, from which remains Bloody Sky Demonic Blade Class B+, with attack speed plus 10 and speed reactions plus 7. Blade is a treasure school of the blood demon Murim. Energy. The Qi in the blood envelops its blade, making the sword one with the mana in the owner's veins. Vampire Count's old tailcoat is also intact. Kalyana Class A co-speed movement plus 8 and regeneration mana plus 12. The team now consists of from 3 fighters. Sean admires Khan's fight. Everyone agrees that misunderstandings settled. Contenders are being put forward. Window reports that before the start of the test, there are 10 minutes left. The huge statue of a warrior on horseback is downright evocative fears. Realism speaks of the possibility that the statue will come to life. Sunny turns attention to the attached chains, a huge head in a golden crown, and with empty eye sockets. Premonition. The guy clearly has something not positive. The team comes to the central area where there is a throne on which sits down huge, headless statue. On the square, located 3 more statues warriors in chains who cause Sunny bad premonition. The darkness-devouring lord appears to be headless statue. Window warns of the beginning testing and appearance detachment dark guards. At the same moment, the chains fly off the giant statues, and huge ones warriors. Guards are breaking down with their own places. Revived statues with all sides rush to the team. Sam just willingly would warmed up. Sunny notices that guards, they drag his head along on chains. And the main thing is not to give them get close to this one head to the boss. Sam instructs to each member of the squad take on 1 guard at a time. 3 specific ones are rushing towards the team goals. Sunny calculates deal with 1 attack using the QI sword, but the guard first manages to deliver his blow, which Khan successfully parries. The statue is in use energy key. Sam's saying it's not the most simple rival. One of revived guards is trying breakthrough to the Lord to put his head on his head. Attempt successfully suppresses Sam, which understands that every from guards are at the level of strength boss. Sam urges the team to keep their ears open. Sean's voice objects that this is Sam himself managed to let his guard down. Sean himself is also shown wearing an invisibility hat, which he doesn't like. Put on, considering that they don't suit him hats. Sean pulls bowstring and declares that the guard will pay life for what forced him to put on a hat. However, the enemy is not defeated and continues to approach. Sean admits that close combat is the most effective with wizards, but this concerns only ordinary wizards. Sunny admits that previously encountered only with weak opponents, but the sight of his team members is simply inspiring. The main thing is not to fail in comparison to them. The guy is using footstools funds and football in the guard's stone boulders. Sunny activates Wind's Mercy, increasing all speed by 50%, and runs behind the guard's leg, while that crushes stones. At the same time is activated Skill, Secret, Walk in the Shadows, which increases strength by 3. This skill, triggered by stepping on an enemy's shadow. To attack, Han activates Furious Swordplay and Master of the Chi Sword. During the attack, it breaks down chain that holds the head of the Lord, and the head itself is damaged. Sam applies a depth charge to the enemy. At the same time, the head on the chains of his guard also suffers. Sean Lightning fast attacks its target. Wizard soars upward and strikes the enemy. Head on chains, the third guard too broken. Having lost the tethered chains heads, 3 guards just run away in the opposite direction. The team decides to leave the square and rushes after the guards. Suddenly, Sunny catches new sound. The guards heard him bow down knees. This rushes without touching lands, the most a huge and creepy statue that was near entrance. Horse almost at the foot throne lords. Sam rushes in pursuit with a hammer at the ready. Sunny understands that it's too late to run after the rider, and that one pushes off from the saddle, hoping in a giant jump to put your head on your shoulders, lords. The guy swings his arm to strike, in which invests all your own despair and hope. The statue is almost complete with the missing parts element, but then the stone head is hit by a blast of energy chi applied guy. Dumbfounded rider stands empty-handed, and the crown the statue falls dramatically at his feet. Rider publishes inhuman scream hatred. Sean squeals like, "How cool!" Khan is wary, watches the rider. Rider lifts from the ground gold crown, and not for long thinking places it on his own head. The king is dead, long live the king. Then with his own spear with a wild cry cuts off his own head. Such a turn I didn't expect any events nobody from members commands. All 3 simultaneously rush towards the rider, whom necessary immediately stop. And he already holds his severed head with the crown in his outstretched arms, intending to put it back in place. 3 applicants simultaneously attack. The severed head is almost in place, but it happens explosion. Window reports of resurrection lords of the darkness. Devourer. The system issues special task. Destroy the ruler. The system announces that any damage is cancelled by force lords of immunity. Deal damage can only participants, stats which higher. Sunny for the first time hears about that monsters can use forces. New Lord throws the sword in his hand, then beats them across the square, scattering people to the sides. Sunny is indignant cheating. After all, if it is impossible to deal damage, then the team will not be able to do anything due. Lord, with the burning ones with eyes, hangs over his a huge carcass, like a rock. Sunny almost dodges the blow the sovereign's sword. By works regeneration. He laments that the problem fell on them, because they failed to complete the mission correctly. Behind the back lords menacingly, 3 guards rise up. Sam clarifies that the guy is okay. Khan offers come up with a plan to strike at the Lord, but first necessary get rid of his guards. Sunny asks for a short time distract attention lords. Sam objects that damage to the Lord they won't do it, so it's not worth it, we begin with guards. It's Sunny's a Rose idea how can kill Lord. Sam agrees, trust the guy, and a couple of friends desperately rush at the Lord, fully aware that for a long time they won't survive. Sunny declares Trinity guards that I'll have to play with him. Sam launches his depth charge at the Overlord. However, damage is cancelled by the monster's immunity. Sam with regret admits that that's what I expected. The monster activates the power Greatness Lords, which forces everyone should show signs of respect to the Lord. Any actions contrary to respect blocked. Chan and Sam involuntarily bow down knees. Lord slams his sword into the ground. Impact wave, it's rolling in almost to the point of kneeling hunters. Sam activates the skill Magic Resistance, which only partially removes blocking bodies. Her friends here covers Shockwave Lords. Sam closes by yourself, Jonah, taking the main part, the most powerful blow to the back. From under the mask of the leader rating oozing blood, and he himself stands only thanks to support Shona. Lee raises his head. Towering directly above them is the Lord, with his sword raised to strike. Sam doesn't have the strength to lift his head, and Jong, clasped teeth, continues support comrade. Sword of the Lord practically over the guys' heads. What appears before them is Sunny, who manages to block the sword strike with your shield, covering your team. Khan asks, sorry that delayed. His shield holds up. Pressure giant sword. The guy raises stats at the expense of absorption existing spirits. Stamina +4, mana +6, endurance +3, agility +3, strength +4. Then the skill, shield counterattack, releases absorbed damage. Sunny activates the skill, lightning chi sword, and the power chi sword master. The guy inflicts to the Lord counterattack. Have to do with it, quite noticeable in terms of damage. The Lord is furious yells, turning on mine crown number, the power of Greatness Lords. Sunny involuntarily bends on the knee. The guy immediately activates skills, Magic Resistance, and Forced Breakthrough. Khan gets to his feet. Window reports that all blocks removed, and the skills, Forced Breakthrough, Magic Resistance, and Magic Chain, are promoted to rank C. Lord a strong opponent who is not so easy to put down. But the guy, despite the ambiguity situations, I just want to laugh. The desire to become more stronger burns in Sunny's chest like eternal flame, and he attributes laughter to anticipation ambulance victories over the Lord. Sam and Chan supporting each other, they see that the guy is leading yourself like a monster. Sam, I never thought about it before, will look at someone's back, not fight. But friends they think necessary congratulate Khan, who is now clearly in first place in the ranking. Window reports that the counterattack shield has absorbed the maximum possible quantity energy damage. Sunny reduces the shield's area of effect to increase density energy, and then releases accumulated damage. Shabby Lord doesn't look so good smug. Sunny activates Wind's Grace, increasing all speed by 70%. The skill recharge is activated for a day. The guy rushes into the attack and knocks down, not for long, the head that was last on the shoulders version's Lords. Lord Steelblood watches as the Dark Devourer Lord has been defeated. Her contractor. Administrator satisfied, crazy the rate of growth that the guy demonstrates. She knows perfectly well that usually the participants do not take risks and climb one floor at a time, for a long time training and carefully preparing to avoid risks. However, Sunny Khan is simply brilliant talented, that rarely found in all 4 dimensions. It's like he alive incarnation's desire for growth. The Lord see the problem? What's the matter? Other administrators inevitably will begin to show increasing interest in Khan. That's why she decides to establish more trustworthy relationship with Sunny before her will get ahead other administrators. This is simply necessary for the sake of execution her cherished desires. Broken from the blow, Gold Crown falls to the ground simultaneously with the message, "Systems about death, lords of the devourer of darkness." Khan was awarded 60,000 points and 1,000 special points for the breakthrough. 1,000 special points as a bonus. For the special task, another 1,500 special points and 10,000 points. John doesn't understand how at all Sunny pulled it off Destruction Lords. Khan explains that thanks to skill appropriate to the current situations, and luck. Sam admits the guy is very surprised, and suggests discussing it in detail in the chat. Chan and Sam, they throw Sunny friend requests. In the room, expectations another 1. Extension systems allows by travel across dimensions. Khan thinks it's akin suicide. From now on, can communicate with the administrator even in the room, expectations. Available additional contract with the administrator. The additional contract is terminated at any time. Time. Sunny doesn't understand it. There is no point. After all, administrator will be the loser. First, he decides by deed sort out the results received on the 10th floor with trophies. Available given as a reward potion increases mastery class B+, which arbitrarily may be raise level skill for 20%. Sunny drinks it immediately and chooses it for promotion. Skill wins grace, which becomes class A instead of A-, now disappears daily time to recharge. Khan then absorbs the Overlord's soul to increase his power. Stats: stamina +5, mana +7, endurance +4, agility +4, strength +5. Also, his absorbed skill, Lords, management mana, class A-, removing majority restrictions, management semolina. Sunny will be able to control mana like possessing innate talent. Here to him simultaneously come invitations, visit possessions, administrators of Lord Steel Blood and White Crane Sword. That which both invitations come simultaneously and several times, very puzzling Sunny. The guy takes invitation his own administrator and moves to the world of Steel Blood, where he has met a familiar field of swords in the snow. The road to Sunny's house remembers. Suddenly, swings open the door, and he has met laughing administrator in flip-flops and a dress. She was, I'm sure the guy will choose her invitation. Thanks to this, she won the argument. And Sunny, I was wondering why the invitations arrived simultaneously. The guy clarifies that the administrator is not cold. She wonders why the guy doesn't ask about anything. Sunny asks, tell about the skill, management mana. The admin is glad that this strong skill. The Lord explains that this skill maximizes magical power in the guy's body. Khan immediately decides try out acquisition. Straight away is activated skill, management magic, class A, and affects the magical chain in the guy's body. As a result, the skill magic chain, D-forced, is increasing. And Sunny, it seems that all his physical, the criteria are improved several times. Decides immediately. This find out experimental the way, and beats what there is urine on the ground. In all directions, swords and snow fly apart, and also shockwave air, which rips off everything that was weakly held. Opening unlimited review. At home over a cup tea with goodies, Lord notices that from the looks of it you can't tell that Sunny from guys who like similar jokes. The guy is choking tea and explains like, that was it, unforeseen misunderstanding. Admin giggles. and advises periodically try activate skills that use mana through management, mana. This skill will stimulate height all skills that consume mana. The Lord clarifies that the guy received extension notice systems. Namely, that's why Sunny came here not through the tower. The real reason is not expansion zones interventions, but the possibility makes sure that admins will be able to grow their own contractors. Lord clicks with fingers. It arises strip glow. Window announces that the Lord is transferring power to the contractor. Next follows message that the power of the Class A, Steel Blood Sword, is engraved on the soul. Sunny, wondering if it could earlier admin just transfer power. Girl explains that she herself paid the price for this power towers. The guy asks for what price reason administrator so actively to him does it help. The Lord sees in his contractor gigantic opportunity. Sunny asks for clarification that this means admins rewarded at the expense of development their contractors, but it invests admins to participants for execution cherished desires. Here come 3 in a row. Invitations from the administrator of the White Crane Sword. Lord, with a smile, decides finish their explanations for those who quite impatient. The main thing is that she transferred the power. Sunny moves to another administrator's domain. Window announces the entrance to the forest. Khan in Bamboo Grove. Right there, a perfect field for training turns up. Sunny can't wait will master a new method that Lord taught. Khan activates Control Mana and increases Mastery Skill, 3 absolutes by 8%, and Instant Acceleration goes over from Class C to Class B. Then the guy raises his voice counterattack Shield Mastery by 7%. Sunny intends increase in addition Sword Chi Mastery. However exactly this he can't master the skill activate via Management Mana. The guy tries several times, but still it's useless. Sunny thinks it is maybe B because Swordmaster Chi is a power, not a skill. He decides put off Question Improvements Mastery Skills QE. Besides, the window reminds that the White Crane Sword awaits visit. Sunny expects that judging by the title this administrator will be the same old grandfather as the murdered one, Sul. Is simply stunned when he sees appears teenage girl. She introduces himself and adds that extremely, I waited a long time for a contender like this will appear, Sunny. Seeing what is not passing surprise on the guest's face, admin wondering what business. Khan moves out, saying he is surprised to see the one with whom only was rewritten. Sunny sits down next to him, surprisingly refreshing floor. Admin, exactly. From here I've been watching the guy since duel with Soul on the 9th floor. The guy is interested, not wasteful Lee sponsor participant whom saw just once. Girl assures that Khan simply underestimates himself. Soul has not reached the highest rank of possession energy key, but was considered forged warrior Murima. He lost some of his strength when he entered the tower, but defeating him is a feat. Young woman adds that she should believe, after all, Soul was her contractor. Sunny's mouth drops open in surprise. The guy immediately becomes wary, because the administrator could seriously look at him, take offense. Girl, forgive me. Don't escalate the situation. Just at the expense of Sola Fine was to receive points. For a long time, life, she signed contracts with many contenders. However, I never invited them to my place, personal possessions. That was until the moment when she didn't see Sunny thanks to observation of Soul. Administrator asks to conclude an additional contract with her. The guy is interested in what kind benefits to him this signing will bring. Young woman then will be able to make Khan an apostle of the White Crane Sword Administrator. Sunny. This phrase doesn't mean anything. The apostle in the tower is a participant whose special relationship with the administrator, because can just once in a lifetime choose an apostle. Besides, only the participants chosen by the apostles can receive all the powers that they have administrator. Sunny only now understands importance patronage agreements, about which decided not to tell Lord of Steel Blood. Khan knows that the contract can be broken at any time, and does not understand why. Young woman offers patronage granted to him just once in a lifetime. Like the Lord of Steel Blood, she chose Sunny to execute cherished wish. To perform it, she needs the best and sharpest sword in the world that simply cannot become dull or break down. And in Sunny Khan, she sees potential beyond any swords. The guy remembers that Lord also mentioned the cherished desire. Barely Lee. This something simple and banal. He asks what such cherished wish. At these words, the look girls instantly fill up bottomless sadness. On one side's cherished wish administrator based on memories of regrets past. On the other hand, parties, this is the right that Tower gives to the administrator. This is desire, how test that admin maybe give contractor. And if cherished wish it is being fulfilled, that contractor receives reward. In case execution desires, maybe even change events from past. Sunny objects that it's simply impossible. Young woman, wondering if that's really true, past the floors, didn't teach the guy what's in the tower. All, maybe. Khan agrees that if case concerns Tower's tests, then nothing impossible does not exist. The guy is interested in how much high should he rise to her cherished wish fulfilled. Administrator, I'm sure it is. How minimum must be last floor. Sunny signs additional contract with the white crane sword, which jumps for joy and promises that the guy won't have to tell her about it, feel sorry for. So Sunny finds out that for execution, cherished desires administrator necessary get to the top of the tower tests. Admin recognizes Khan as an apostle. Powers and skills. Murim's measurements increase by 10%. Mana increases by 3. Window reports that the guy is an apostle of 2 administrators. His dexterity increases by 3. Sunny also receives a gift. Young woman interested. Warned Lee Lord of Steelblood about who is looking for Sunny. I'm outraged that Lord is so, relies on the strength of the guy, which she did not consider necessary warn. Administrator clarifies that for her story will be the question forms that Khan had were used up. Sunny doesn't use forms that just pile up in his inventory, so he doesn't mind. Window reports that all tickets will be spent. The guy is wary, apparently, the conversation will important. Admin tells, in the world of Murima, the most powerful by force is Murim Union, and Soul, whom Khan killed on the 9th floor, was an important commander. Considering Soul's high status, there are people looking for Sunny. The guy clarifies that it will be whether it is now Chase Murim Union. Young woman explains that in the Union now, they are going strife for the liberated command post. And the family's dragon sword harbored a grudge against the guy Namgung, Hank Namgung. In Tokyo, opens spatial portal from whom appears Hank. Murim Dimension is obsessed with combat arts, and there's Hank Count's genius. Exactly, Hank is looking for Sunny under specious under the guise of revenge, but in reality, business he's just curious. It is not known when this will happen, but the collision inevitably. And when Sunny, if he encounters Namgung, he must be ready to risk his life. The puzzled guy returns to the room expectations. He is wanted by a psychopathic killer, from another bloodthirsty measurements. Sunny buys power steel wings for 1,500 of special glasses and stone return to Earth. The guy thinks that must pump up like mad before we'll collide with Hank Namgun. Sunny, it turns out to be at home, where First Business checks the phone. From Lika, 132 missed calls and 87 unread messages urgently go to the Association Hunters. Something obviously happened during his absence from Earth. Sunny activates new steel wings and rushes to the Association Hunters, next to building Pandemonium Hunters. Everyone is making noise. Mobilization not yet compulsory, but it is not clear that will happen with Japan after bloodthirsty invasions. People are surprised they are raising heads. Sunny lands under amazed views. The guy asks forgiveness and runs in inside buildings, and the assembled hunters cannot believe his own eyes because the guy is in the sense of the word, flew in. Khan is met by Lika and the rescued one in the general hunter zone. In connection with the incident in Japan, Lika was worried that the guy would immediately will explode there alone. The hunter turns on monitor so the guy can do everything himself. Saw. Video from Japanese body cameras. Hunters. Japanese Association hunters caught in Tokyo Wave Generations portal and sent to the place group response of the 7 A-rank hunters. From portal appeared the man who killed in a couple of seconds 6 hunters. Apparently, this is a contender from another dimension. Sunny specifies, departed only, that the hunters refused to form group support Japan. Situation unprecedented. Korea, like most countries, protect their own hunters to prevent the outflow of people. They do not advise support Japan. The only one the surviving hunter led recording to the end. On video, human asks mercy. Namgung towers over him like a monster, burning eyes, and then declares that he, the dragon sword, Hank Namgung, arrived with the purpose avenge Saul. Sunny didn't expect that meeting about which warned administrator it will happen so soon. Lika wonders why Khan is so worried, because mobilization is not forced. They haven't seen each other for a long time and she offers have lunch together. Lika asks if he will go with Sunny to Japan. Khan will answer the call and go to Tokyo. Lika yells that he always leads myself recklessly. Sunny thanks the girl for worrying. However, in this case the problem will resolve personally to him. While still as a boy, Hank wondered why nobody his friend doesn't understand the sound of the sword. Piers did not like to spar with the boy who attacks too hard. At 13 years old, Hank took possession released energy key. The mentor called Boy Master of the sword and acknowledged that the student had surpassed teacher achievements, but also reported that combat arts serve by way superiority, not infliction harm to people. Pain to other people is prohibited to cause without reason. Then Hank was summoned by the tower. There are a number of tests, the strongest warriors of the world of Murim. At the age of 17, the young mister reached 20th floor's towers, however single. The ascent did not suit him. Something was missing. Hank Namgung more total loved story invasions, because contrary to the teacher's orders, what amused him most was precisely killing people. But with over time he ceased to be satisfied with the death of idiots, and in Murim he cannot kill when you will want to. Namgung is experiencing a premonition that Sunny Khan will relieve his boredom. The guy flies to Japan, where he has met Representative Association's hunters. Sunny invites you to go into the hall where the hunters who have already arrived are waiting. There he sees his testing team on the 10th floor. Sam expected Khan to arrive faster. Sunny, I heard that guys were going to come, but does not believe that there will total 3. Sam, I heard, just now, an American contender will join. Khan explains that they 3 very strong, but an invader from Marima is just a monster. Maybe the 3 of them won't be able to defeat him. The participant who arrived from America, it turns out Catherine Bennett. Catherine regrets that met a guy under similar circumstances. Sunny, I'm sure that otherwise we couldn't meet. Young woman explains that meant simply a normal environment. Khan counters that they collided in a place far from normal. Catherine calls the guy Callous Rusk. Sam notices that the squabble is reminiscent of love quarrel. Sunny declares, in no way times than more, it's annoying Catherine. She thinks it's enough it was easy to answer negatively. The one who met young woman seems to be Arena, president of the Association Hunters Japan. Sunny at the airport accepted she's just a regular employee, apparently, in Japan. Serious hunter crisis. Arena explains the situation extremely serious. Therefore, from other countries nobody there won't be anymore. John is shocked that with help the whole world agreed only 4 person. Catherine, I didn't think that either. All so badly. Arena sincerely thanks arrived 4 hunters and bows to them as a token of gratitude. Sunny asks the president to raise his head because it is not time to bend his back. Catherine is in shock. Apparently the guy is not that callous. Khan asks Arena, instead of bows, provide them more high reward. Sunny wants to reward doubled. Catherine is convinced of the guy's heartlessness, like I decided at first. But Khan is clear understands that he did not come for heroism, but for the sake of growth and reward, which will get for murder Hank Namguna. The president admits Intruder an unconventional monster and agrees double reward. Arena believes that their chances are increasing thanks to Catherine. Bennett has Suppression Flame. If we'll touch a stronger opponent his own flame, then its stats will fall by 10 and part skills will be blocked. This is the power of Catherine Maibi change, move battles, if she succeeds, touch invader. That is, the team must create situations so that the girl appeared such a chance. The team flies to the location invasions. At the same time arrived a Chinese hunter who went alone there too. With sides, it seems as if they talk. What, quite perhaps, because all the contenders' towers understand each other, no matter from what kind they measurements. Hank finds out that the hunter who appears is not Sunny Khan. That seems to be Pete from China, which intend wean the applicant off Murima from the dismissive relationship to the earthly dimension. Namgung. I'm sad that he doesn't come the one he is looking for, and that's all crawling some bugs. Pete uses dash and hits Hank in the jaw. Intruder slightly becomes interested when faced with a fistfight technology. Answer Marimsky warrior follows immediately. Guys, they see from the helicopter that a Chinese hunter went into a fight alone. Sunny, wondering if he can lead Catherine, will land normally if we'll end up in the air. She doesn't understand what it's about. Speech. The girl. There is skill. Jump. Cleanliness, which will not allow you to get injured when falling. This guy is quite suits. If it's Sunny's idea will work, then he will be able to inflict a noticeable blow on the enemy, and at that moment it is necessary activate Catherine's power. Khan states that they come out, and it's enough the stunned American woman in his arms. They flying down on steel wings, Sunny. Chan notices that Khan is again, all is trying, do it alone. Sam, I agree that they can't just watch with sides. And the guy's same jump out from helicopter. Catherine yells that the guy is crazy because it is forbidden jump out from helicopter without explanation. Sunny is glad that the hunters from China made me angry Hank. Catherine, she's convinced that the guy simply doesn't listen to her. Young woman leaves Khan hanging at a height, and the guy continues his descent. In this time converge Pete and the intruder, clearly not in favor of the earthling. Namgung disappointed that the hunter uses fist technique without knowing how concentrate energy key in the fist, and he hits Pitu, whom throws away by force blow. At this moment the invader notices something. This comes into play Sunny. Hank throws it aside. Namgung immediately rises to his feet, damaged with the brush of the hand. The opponents stand opposite each other. Hank wonders who is in front of him. Sunny, with a smile, explains that warrior from Murima himself was looking for him, but now he doesn't recognize him. The guy activates the power of Sword Master Chi. Namgung annoyed. He waited so long. Meeting so that find out who killed Sola, and here's everything only insignificant use of fake art released Chi. Hank is simply furious with disappointment. Sunny decides attack first, while the enemy is without a weapon in his hands. However unarmed intruder only seems. Direct collision comes out enough serious. The guy expected that struck from the air more strong damage to the enemy. Sunny activates skill, Ashen Blood. The counterattack shield is damaged in one hit, so its reflective ability you can't count on it. Hank comments healing the enemy, they say, that fully relies on the ones received in the tower test's techniques. Sunny activates Lightning Chi Sword, Skill and Strikes, which not impressive at all Namguna. Meanwhile, arrived in time Sam and Chan attack intruder behind, but there he repels the joint attack without even looking. At this moment, Catherine is trying apply your power, suppression, flame, which simply does not activate. Hank Namgung stands on a lamppost pole and states that, insignificant, the bugs are extremely made me angry. He intends to crush here all attack that impossible reflect. Sean screams everyone should avoid. White Crane Sword presented the boy with a gift. She took his hand and said that introduces ordinary mana. But it happens something greater than process the transmissions are just mana. This is how it is established special connection. Administrator, I asked the guy's feelings. First Sunny, I just felt a surge of mana. But then there was a feeling that Administrator located inside him. Young woman. So you're happy, Sunny. We'll be able to apply this one ability to his sword. She asked to conduct a trial run training. After some time she was not punished for being excessive intervention administrator. Above the invader rises pillar energy. Hank skids glowing sword. Window reports that energy key released enlightenment. Not force or skill, that in the earthly measurement is happening for the first time. Sunny receives achievement, unity body and sword, and also disappears increased consumption mana by the power of Sword Master Chi. The guy clarifies that the guys are all safe. Catherine their own, with eyes I saw how with one chopping blow, Sunny fully neutralized Namgung's most powerful attack. Both opponents looked like monsters. 3. The hunters are simply shocked. Hank, with the burning, with eyes, screams that necessary. I should have acted like that from the very beginning. Otherwise, he would have almost been disappointed. Since childhood, how there was a sand castle, the harder, the merrier to him was destroy structure. And Sunny makes sure that at least all those met them invaders were weird and annoying. But this one instance, clean water psychopath. The guy repels the attack, and then asks guys retreat to safety place, because he will lose concentration if we're there to protect, not just think about the fight. Sam admits the guy is right. Just like the last one testing, they can't do anything, help. He promises let the girl know if we'll see attack capability that has chances of success. Guys, they leave, but ask the guy to be careful. The fight continues. From power blows, fly out glass of buildings and are thrown into the air cars. The sky over Tokyo cut through Flash's energy, applying surrounding buildings accompanying damage. Guys understand why Sunny asked their move away. Catherine notices that Khan himself continues a duel on equal terms. Sam feels that Sunny is one step behind the intruder. The guy was, I'm sure that will be able to fight Hank. Improving their skills, possessions key. Administrator expressed assumption that Hank's sword skills are at rank A, then as Khan in rank S. Without taking into account skills, Hank Namgung unbelievable strong. Intruder makes the opponent fall to one knee, and immediately asks if he is out of breath. Is he already? Sunny understands that too much many endurance used for recovery, and if we'll spend more, will be reflected in the level of combat. Catherine throws a bottle of potion to the guy, which Sunny with gratitude catches, but Hank immediately knocks him out. From the guy's hands. Laughing intruder drinks potion itself. Catherine is in shock. Chan regrets not adding it to the potion. Sunny looks like shabby. Namgung, he laughs, they say. People always have. There is something incomprehensible under called hope, like, suddenly I will somehow be able to defeat the enemy. And when human hope dies, then on the enemy's face appears despair. And to see this despair is the most big pleasure for Hank. However, contrary to his expectations, the fight continues. Intruder, it pisses me off that in spite of healthy, the meaning in the earthling's gaze does not fade hope. With a powerful blow, he throws back Sunny aside. That lies imprinted in a pile of stones, but that's all. Also looks unbroken with a glance. Linked teeth, Hank wants the enemy to feel despair, tastes like, and with a swing hits with a glowing sword in the guy's face. Khan's eyes as a sensory organ are currently removed from building. Recovery works on endurance, which has now reached its limit. Khan understands that gathering all his strength will be able to attack just once, but to attack without seeing anything impossible. To the guy with all legs are rushing Catherine and Sam. Sunny understands if they get close, they will simply die pathetic death. Khan shouts that they must not come closer. Namgung rejoices, believing that hope did not disappear from Look because alive were the guy's comrades. Catherine attacks fire, but the glowing sword of the invader catches up her back. To the rescue of the girl throws himself Sam. However, his attack does not have success. Sam also defeated. Sunny is in despair because he is not able to do it now. Help. Hank holds Catherine by the hair, as if kitten by the scruff of the neck. Girl yells at him to do it, let go. Catherine screams from the burning pain. Namgung smells the burning flesh of Comrade Han. Sunny screams so that Nuts Pervert immediately stopped. Hank continues to torment the girl and laughs like, what wonderful expression Sunny's face at this. Unnoticed as being selected, Chong casts a spell on the intruder Icy Shackles. He succeeds, tear out girl out of hands temporarily shackled Hank. Trick the Nasty Midge is annoying Marimsky genius. Namgung resets Icy Shackles, and he rushes chasing after people. Chon Li manages to place the victim girl in Zorb Bowl, and throws it away Zorb Bowl to the maximum possible distance. But Activate Own Invisibility does not have time. Hand of the embittered intruder grabs him by the hair and rips off his hat. Hank gives in Jianwu his own with a glowing sword. Sunny starts revel wicked pity, they say. He also helpless, like 7 years ago, again, unable, nobody protect. Here from everywhere start tens of thousands, flock rats with burning red with eyes. Having felt approximation disasters, they run to the surface from all cracks to survive. Then Sunny conducts the only attack he had the strength to make, and the corpses, rats they're burying all around. The guy is restoring endurance due to absorption of souls. Namgung at the same time cuts off Sam's right hand. Sunny shouts that, Hank abnormal Murim bastard, you have to know when to stop. That waving, cut off by hand with the words that he does not want to know when to stop, because to him, like funny Khan's reaction. It's not worth it underestimate survivability China. Pete activates Dash and slams into the invader. Suppression is activated fire. Hank had 10 minutes are blocked flaming sword and fencing. Pete shouts that he, the Chinese hero, is still alive. He delivered the flame to Catherine Bennett, but now takes his leave. Hank, as usual, grabs the sword, but the window reminds about blocking skill. Intruder. He's furious that the gnats are buzzing around in front of him until the very end. Namgung turns on his Battle of the Strongest power. Around him, and Sunny is being formed dual zone. In radius 30 meters, no one can approach them. Intruder anticipates usage their own fist technician, since fencing blocked. After all, blind rival, all equals, won't be able to do anything to him to contrast. And Sunny listens to sensations, trying remember from what moment I started to feel growth of the spiritual eye. He thought it was skill that allows see out of sight. However, now he sees not only the wall in the radius 30 meters, and every blade of grass and pebble in this zone. It turns out he just I didn't use the spiritual eye skill correctly before. Feelings, such as if he had opened third eye. Window reports, awareness, true, the essence of the spiritual eye, which upgraded to Class B. Also, is increasing skill. Sixth feeling, from level C plus to B, as well as the skill Killer Demons and Ash Blood, becomes B+. Hank doesn't expect to get any pushback, and Sunny feels that now he can fight on equal terms until Namgung weakened by Force Catherine. The invader is simply in shock. With every step and lunge, the enemy's movements become all more precise and clear. Sunny activates Skill. Secret Walk in the Shadow, Class C+, increasing your speed by 30%, and also activates Wind's Grace for the 7th time, increasing all speed by 70%, and adds to this instant acceleration. With activation skill. Frantic Sword Games. Class C plus attack speed increases by 20%. The guy is taking a big risk and he knows it. This is because even having applied all possibilities, his own, he can hardly get into the arsenal to fight almost on equal terms. At the same time, Endurance Sunny soon again will be at 0. Then, how blocked. The enemy's abilities will be restored after 10 minutes. Urgently necessary change move melee combat with sudden variable. Han launches at Hank your sword. He laughs maliciously at the stupid one by the opponent's decision, and immediately rushes towards him with his fist at the ready. The guy takes the blow more how weighty, but he was able to get close to the invader and activates the steel blood sword, which enters the body of the unexpected catch Namguna almost up to the hilt. Murimsky warrior pierced as if butterfly a pin hit his energy core key. Here at the same time ends action, suppression flame, and battles the strongest. The dual zone is unlocked. Namgung admits that this time it's too much, I got carried away. I'll have to finish this fight next time. Intruder activates stone movements. A portal opens. He is forced to leave if wants fully recover. All the guys instinctively feel at this moment that if they don't kill the psychopath now, in the future, this will pour out a disaster for the Earth. Guys rush to the portal in the hope of not giving to the intruder, run away and recover in your own measurement. Hearing and pride, Namguna touches the unusual word escape addressed to me. He immediately became furious, activates a flaming sword and strikes at the approaching guys. Even red-haired Mistress Fire opens its mouth at the sight of power impending pillar flames. The blow simply knocks you down part quarters, leaving behind the majestic modern high-rise buildings, pathetic ruins. Sonny puts his hand out in front of him in the hope of saving the boys, but the window ruthlessly reports that the counterattack shield has been deployed from building. Reflect damage impossible, and most powerful shock, the wave simply tears the guy's arm off his shoulder. Catherine screams about losing an arm. Sonny, he yells at me not to pay attention. After all, enemy still nearby. Hank Namgung states that could straightaway kill the guy with one hit. Wants weather the enemy so that he would bring it to completion business to the end. Sonny is silent, clutching teeth, because at the moment he nothing answers psycho to the intruder. That promises to return soon and enters the portal. Falls down without strength on his back. Towards him run up worried comrades. In Murimsky, measuring to the young master towards the servants are in a hurry. Namgung, covered in blood, leans on his knee and screams for a doctor to be called. Now Hank, any at the price, intends to plunge Sonny Khan into the abyss of despair. The guy opens eyes in the hospital not far from Tokyo. In front of him, a worried woman, Irina, who explains that by it is forbidden do sharp movements. President of Japan. The association is saddened by how much this Sonny suffered. The girl doesn't know how to thank the guy for his enormous sacrifice. Khan activates skill. Ash blood. The hand instantly regenerates, and he assures the astonished president that is in order. Sonny decides visit guys. Next to him is Katherine's ward, but a guy comes in to ask her feeling unwell at a completely inappropriate moment. He hobbles along the corridor, complaining about his bitterness. Fate battered Chon Li. Chon, straight away, wonders what's wrong with Sonny's face. That one explains that came in make sure that Catherine Bennett is fine. However, Khan did not find Sam is in the ward. Chon also did not see the friend, but believes that he is clearly in a depressed state condition. Sam lost his right arm. Khan finds him on the roof. He greets Ghost of the Sword. Sam notices that the guy doesn't stop surprise, since he was even able to restore his hand with the help of skill. Unfortunately, Sam's hand could not be saved. Sonny asks forgiveness because if he were just a little stronger, this would avoid. At Sam's there is suitable skill, therefore, the loss of his arm will not greatly affect his activities. The guy climbed the tower like mad, for the sake of his own growth. Sam believes that it's not bad, but his life credo is that strong obliged help the weak. Sam calm about Khan, who unbelievable strong, but at least it is not a schizo-psychopath. Sonny offers light a fire. Sam refuses because he doesn't smoke or drink alcohol. The guy just takes his breath away when he sees Sam without a mask. Association Hunters Japan solemnly captures heroes. News channels they take interview. Sonny gives Catherine suspension that very like to the girl. Guys say goodbye. Grateful Japanese even improved the design of the red tailcoat. All items, equipment, they shine, which is not surprising because they prevented a real catastrophe that threatened country. 3 days on Earth represented total chaos and become famous. The guy didn't plan to become a person. But the Association Hunters Japan, I filmed the battle from a helicopter, and the video is all over the internet. Spectators in the comments dubbed the guy the Ghost of the Sword, praising his unrivaled mastery. Thinking Sunny and what's behind the mask, Sam is hiding the strongest from 30 S-rank hunters. Emperor Lightning, the hero of Korea, who cleaned up portals with incredible speed. Sam left his business card and asked to contact at any time by any questions. When Window announces the upcoming Returning to the Tower, Sunny intends to become stronger so that it really live up to the nickname of the Sword Ghost. Han learned from the fight with Namgung lessons. Before Total, he lacks endurance. The skill, Ashen Blood, is very effective, but only if available sufficient level endurance. Sunny studies skill Stamina in the store, but decides not to be tormented by doubt shopping and simply buys up the entire assortment. For 15,000 Automatic Recovery Endurance, Class D-, Absorption Lunar Light, Class E- for 10,000 points. Also bought Takeover Sunny Light, Class E for 10,000, Excessive Growth, C for 20,000, and Call of the Blood, C for 20,000 points. Having acquired skills, Recovery Guy moves on to their synthesis, combining most compatible. From Absorption Solar and Lunar Sveta Class E is synthesized the skill Photosynthesis of Class C-, with which can absorb mana through light. Next, Han synthesizes Photosynthesis with Class C's Blood Call, creating skill Bloody Contract C, allowing extract mana and strength from blood. Sunny, once again, buys the skill Call of Blood in the store for 20,000 and synthesizes it with Blood Contract. This time it is created Bloodseeker skill Class B, with which mana, stamina, and strength are extracted from the blood, allowing you to control the blood alive. The guy decides check that means to control blood and cuts his hand. He can do it directly, meaning give blood to any forms, and so that extract blood no need even do cuts. Then the guy starts improving skill, Eye of Truth, synthesizing on its basis A+ class skill, Eye of the Fire Dragon. Now can see invisible, to see information through the eyes of a dragon and determine lie interlocutor. Sunny immediately activates the Eye. It turns out that the vampire counts Old Tailcoat within our power to create Blood Shield due to blood or endurance. And if Fill High-Speed boots mana, then period acceleration will more long-lasting. These phrases of Sunny I just couldn't do it before to see without having necessary for this skill. He looks at the bloody heavenly demon blade. It is necessary achieve stages Flaming Sword and activate it to the maximum effect blood energy. In such case will unlock true ability of this blade. Namely, with the Flaming Sword, Namgung destroyed the Tokyo area. That is true, the blade's ability can only be awakened owning with a Flaming Sword. Sunny decides continue climb the tower and enter the 11th floor with the theme Checking Mentality, to which is given 7 days. We have to go through 7 gate for the allotted time. As a reward promised Ancient Mirror checks Class S-. Sunny finds himself in a room where he is welcomed into the Temple of Verification, standing on one leg Priest Johann, who looks more like Tarzan, the one who entered waiting tests of the god of testing. But Sunny is not familiar with the rules of the tests of the 7 supreme gods of Ares. Priest forcefully explains that to come examination body, faith, and spirit. It begins with the body and ends with tests checks mentality. Behind the gates, each the applicant's rooms await Supreme, the priest whom you either have to convince or kill to get to the next one room. Priest declares that it is time to proceed to the first test and rushes at the guy. Sunny activates skill Bloodseeker and directs blood from finger to the enemy's forehead, which turns out knocked out cold. The guy is delighted with the new skill. Absorb the spirit of the priest raises skill by 5.8%. Admin, priest of the 7 gods, shocked given scene. Admin, hero of the destroyed world, praises for interesting spectacle. Admin, godslayer. Swordsman approves inhuman cruelty. Admin, seeker divinity, asks not to worry. Check, passes flawless. Judging by the nicknames admins, it's clear why there tracks this trial. Lord Steelblood is shocked, and White Cranesword is upset that she didn't know about the test in advance. Khan has no idea how contact the admins. At the priests, an object is discovered. Divine Mirror of the High Priest C+, which capable once create Divine Shield. The Dragon's Eye sees ending phrases, descriptions that says that the power of the god of verification is in this mirror may encourage the owner prove your destiny. Sunny doesn't understand muddy part descriptions about the fate of the user, but considers the mirror as just a disposable shield. He enters the next one door. Someone sitting in the hall, Priestess Jane, who surprised how the adventurer quickly made his way to her, and believes that days the priest Johann's lives are already numbered. Priestess instantly jumps up and throws the chair he's on at the guy sat down. Sunny does conclusion, since she is a priestess, starts with violence, then here in the very business will examination bodies. Jane agrees and immediately attacks the guy. From the sword of the priestess, Sunny evades. The guy activates the powers of Chi Sword Master and the skill of Lightning Chi Sword. Expression. Jane's face speaks of extreme degrees surprise. Priestess wonders how an ordinary adventurer could take possession finished aura. And Khan doesn't understand if Jane uses it energy chi, what should hold opponent from the same. Priestess calls energy chi divine the power granted by the god to test his priests. The fight continues. The guy notices that Johann, he said, "A priest is not necessary, kill to get further." Convinced, did he miss Jane, and how much gate is there any more left? Priestess states that this may be only if the guy will fight like a god. Sunny, it seems too much to her, relaxed, as if he had already won, and to answer she will only after victories. The guy activates instant acceleration and simply knocks the sword out of the priestess's hands with the words that he won. Jane is extremely outraged. The guy asks, "Now, tell how passes process checks." Instead of answer, priestess is interested. Intends Lee Sunny, take her by force. Admin. The hero of the destroyed world awaits answer. Lord of Steel. Blood watches with narrowed eyes. White Cranesword is worried unexpected question. Sunny claims that he is not into it, similar nastiness. Jane chuckles with relief. Lord Steelblood agrees with Jane. The Steel Cranesword trusts Sunny. Admin Seeker Divinity with interest is watching. The first 4 gates are test bodies, then 2 gate spirit tests, and 7th gate dedicated check mentality. Priestess offers think about capitulation before entering the 7th gates, because hitherto no one passed 7th gates. Those who entered either went crazy or suffered were leaking with blood. The Fire Dragon's Eye confirms that the priestess does not lie. Jane, for the first time in a long time years' services. The priestess enjoyed the battle. She is not afraid death, and there is no other way to go further. She will simply find herself near your god. Sunny decides not to delay, because he felt would myself more disgusting. Absorbing Jane's spirit increases 8.8% skill, but none. This doesn't bring joy to the guy. For the next ones, he meets him at the gate, gray-bearded swordsman Rez. Rez will experience level possessions, combat arts, so that the guy could prove that worthy enter the following gates. Sunny recognizes in the blazing blade priest flaming sword, albeit in an unstable state, stages. He is surprised that already on the 3rd gates, tests forced encounter something like this skill. Sunny believes that now to him you have to risk your life, but the guy is It's surprising that stats the priest, as well as the power emanating from his sword, is noticeable or inferior to his own. It is even more unclear that with such layout exactly Energy Key Sunny ends up on the losing side positions. When the flaming sword was used, Hank Namgung, Han decided that this or skill high level or indicator wild the powers of that psychopath. Sunny's attacks turn out to be simply ineffective. Rez claims that his sword is impossible break. What would Strong did not have an aura subject. This only that can do it capable overcome invisible eye. And that's all able to use invisible, maybe create a sword that pierces all being. Rez states that only in this way is born magic sword, aura with absolute by force. Sunny breaks the priest's sword. Khan realized that the flaming sword is activated so unbending by force of will that her can to put into real form physical forces. Priest Rez congratulates the guy who has truly coped with the test, having learned the whole essence at once. And this leads the priest was delighted. Rez states that check combat the guy has passed the arts. He wants him to advance forward in the same spirit. Sunny promises that the priest will not feel pain, and then it blows away his head off with one blow. The absorbed spirit of Rez increases his mastery by 14%, and the unique characteristic necromancy moves up to rank B. Sunny. I wonder what kind new ability will appear with the increase in the rank of necromancy. New additional effect necromancy intriguing. When absorbing the soul of a stronger opponent, opportunity extract power. Window announces stats. Mana 79, Stamina 84, Durability 81, Agility 85, Strength 86. Sunny absorbs the souls of 3 fallen priests for promotion stats. Stamina plus 9, Mana plus 8, Endurance plus 7, Agility plus 6, Strength plus 8. Absorbs Skill 2. Risa, Indomitable Will, Class A-. This skill increases when facing a superior enemy concentration and physical abilities. Easier achieve enlightenment. Sunny opens next gate and at first he sees no one. However, it doesn't let him be surprised. Question from above left Lee Rez mortal earth. Winged. The youth did not expect such a turn of events. The Godslayer swordsman cries out for caution. The hero of the destroyed world warns of the present. Opponent. Lord Steelblood is delighted with the powerful energy drinks priest. The sword of the white crane tells about the real skills, energy key of the priest. Sunny swings his sword. Winged notices that the guy is not particularly in the mood for conversation. Therefore, it is necessary start testing fourth gate. Priest says his name is Chiron, a candidate for the apostle of the god of verification, and now he will be check the body of the applicant. Window indicates a collision with a strong enemy and activation skill, Indomitable Will. Khan feels enormous power of energy Chirana. In hand, priest appears luminous crystal, by using which he attacks Sunny. Rays of light reflected from the mirrors in the hall, which greatly irritates Khan, who activates Dragon's Eye. The guy feels that he needs to attack before the enemy becomes constantly chase him with rays. But the next attack is the candidate for Apostle carries out with the help of their own wings. And that's all discarded. Sunny takes hold of the glowing one crystal. Khan senses the enemy's attack is being used flaming sword. Feathered again flies off into the air. Attack from a distance clearly tested by rays guarantee victories, because from the beam you can dodge, but mirrors reflect the beam under angle into the blind spot. And in close combat, Chiron wings creates impulse wind and disrupts the balance of the enemy, and after of this connects fire sword. The behavior of the bird is exactly corresponds the guy's guess. The diagram is just not very clear, but on the fly it is not very easy to figure out the placement of mirrors around the hall. Because if touch mirrors, their small fragments still more will be split light beam, and to dodge hundreds small ones, rays are simply impossible. Admin Sky King doubts the level difficulty's 11th floors. The priest of repentance does not believe that this total only a candidate for apostleship. To the admin, to black, to the devil. I wonder how the challenger will die. The Lord of the Capital Blood believes that the itchy fly just wastes Khan's time. The white crane sword anticipates the guy's actions. Chiron warns that it won't be easy now, and it launches Kissnet from refracted rays. It's happening explosion. Window reports that the counterattack shield has absorbed maximum quantity damage that the guy unleashes. The candidate for apostle is shocked by this turn of events. He didn't notice Trace's training magic, and asks, uses Khan the power of God, but the guy simply doesn't know that this such. The participant did not flee the battlefield and did not lose the battle. Therefore, Chiron announces that physical checks completed and passed. Absorbing the spirit of Chiron increases mastery by 8.8%. Extracts the power of divine power of class C+. The guy feels penetration, some kind of energy in the heart, but it does not circulate and is controlled, apparently, not at all like mana. White Crane Sword asks why in the energy core she was penetrated by divine power, and the Lord is perplexed. In the divine strength, there are no traces of God in the heart. Absorbing the spirit of Chiron gives stamina +5, mana +4, endurance +3, agility +1, strength +4. In the next room, the guy has met Grandpa, greeting engulfed madness combat arts. Sonny doesn't understand what it's about speech. Grandpa explains that victories following one after another, which means the guy's goal is endless growth to become the strongest. Sonny doesn't deny it desire to become stronger, but Local, the old man, is clearly somewhat exaggerates. Grandpa claims that he is simply voicing conclusion to which Sonny will come himself with time. Sonny swings his sword. At that very moment, the old man is already standing on the guy's head and speaking from there. That data gate they are checking faith, not the body, Zrania. So it's not worth it get excited. Chaotic, unpredictable movements. Grandpa is just beyond the pale imagination. Sonny with horror does he realize, really? The elder penetrated his mind. The guy feels like his body weakens, and with all sides are stretching old hands reaching out to grab his arms and legs. It's like he's covered in it multitude these old hands. And above it rises the old man's huge head, gaping bottomless mouth, as if wishing swallow the guy whole. Which is what happens next. Old man notices this is what he is like, this one taste. Next instant, confused Sonny with the sword in his hand again stands in the hall not far from the elder. Grandpa reports that guy passed 5th gates, and he can head to the next ones. Sonny specifies that 5th gate begin with contemplation mental images, but only participants with unwavering by-will can look into their world of images, and the old man feels this in the guy unshakable will, as well as desire kill anyone to become stronger. Old man suggests that the guy kill him too if wants. Then you won't have to get bogged down in senility, feeble-mindedness, and immediately can find yourself in God's hugs. Sonny refuses kill Grandpa, that one, wondering why reason. Khan doesn't understand why ask about the obvious. Grandfather said that the test has been passed, which means there is no reason to kill him. Old man sends the guy further and wants to go through all the upcoming checks. For the 6th gates, Sonny finds himself in pitch darkness. A woman's voice seems to whisper a greeting in his ear. The guy again swings his sword, already understanding futility his ideas. A female voice confirms his fears that he has already entered the world of mental images, because Priest Henir planted special seeds so that the boy could get in here. Sonny understands at what point the old man could have managed to pull this off. Priestess purrs so that he doesn't worry about his physical shell she will look after, but from her promises it doesn't get any calmer. Priestess is indignant human rudeness. After all, she could have just stabbed the guy through the neck. Sonny wonders how he will have to undergo testing his faith. Priestess giggles like, why? Suddenly such politeness. But he explains that now the guy is in space their own mental images. How only he them will see, 6th gate will remain behind. The world of thoughts is similar images of the darkness that occurs when you close eyes. Sunny specifies that necessary to see the very essence of this world, which actually empty. Priestess of the god of verification, Eileen announces the beginning 6th tests, and with these words Sunny starts fall into the abyss. But there is still a bottom, because fall noticeably. Priestess asks not to be surprised, because the pain feels real. A solution needs to be found. Otherwise the guy will simply drown without water around. Sunny activates the power of serene of reason, then extremely surprises Priestess. This power does not allow one to lose self-control and weakens restrictions mental images. No panic, Khan calmly delays breathing. But it's very alarming the tingling he felt in the tips of his fingers. Priestess impressed by the guy's willpower. She didn't expect that will be able to move and break free from the bonds of thought images. This speaks of the guy's ability to defend himself on the subconscious level. Priestess decides keep it a secret that the boy freed his hand and swung his sword, nearly knocking him down her head. Sunny little by little starts feel your own body. Eileen states that in the world of thoughts, images impossible, nothing feel. She does not understand how he regained control of the body in just 2 hours. Then, how Sunny was in complete confidence that from the moment he entered, total only minute. Priestess explains that in reality time much faster than in the world of thoughts images. Sunny is in a panic. Death from a penalty for failing the test in his plans does not fit in at all. The guy activates Eye of the Fire Dragon, and he sees himself in a sea of blood. Eileen screams, "What nonsense!" And how is the world of thoughts images could open up to the applicant? Sunny activates Steel Wings. Eileen is interested in, is his Han a human being and why is there something behind his back? Arise Steel Wings. The guy rushes upward. That world of thoughts, images that opens up to his gaze, looks disturbing and ominous. Sunny concerns by the hand of one of flying around the swords. It's happening explosion. Priestess screams. What her world looks like this? White Crane Sword is glad that Khan has woken up. The Lord sighs with relief that he has come to his senses. Admin, hero of the destroyed world, is surprised that the guy woke up faster than he thought. Khan wonders how that happened at all. Is it related to faith? Eileen explains that examination faith means the path of recognition own nature. But people do not understand what they believe. The guy was encounter images created by faith, action, and thinking. And in his world of thoughts, images Priestess I read, it pursuit overcome pathetic past, and become stronger without losing your humanity. The guy's desires are extremely simple, but it is not known whether it will be able to, does he like them? Follow. Nevertheless, Eileen wishes good luck to the adventurer who doesn't look like a human being. The system reports that Sunny reached 7th gate, and also that the god of verification is watching over the applicant. The guy involuntarily recalls the priestess's words, 2nd gate. They say, no one haven't passed yet 7th gates. But to be included in the general list of those who did not pass check candidates, Sunny doesn't intend to. However, suddenly, the guy feels strange, a feeling reminiscent of drowsiness. It seems as if Khan has fallen into an insurmountable situation. Situation, body as if turns to stone and refuses fight for survival. But Sunny convinces himself that in front of him just hung in the sky strange eye without nothing in common with God. More never in his life will he freeze in panic numbness and helplessly observe what is happening. That's why Iso the guy swings his sword with all his might, and he thrusts it into his palm, activating it. This ash blood, which reduced all types pain at 17%, the guy doesn't want to more pathetic stand there like a bug and wait to be trampled. Now he lives to break through any tests with which collides. At Sunny's arises confidence that given location created exactly according to this principle. Full confidence in success chop up hanging in the sky, Khan has no pupil. But if exists minimal chance, and if the guy can advance forward more, although one step at a time, then Sunny will definitely roost your blow, which is what the guy does. Window reports that the god of verification appreciates the strength of spirit that he has not seen long time, and commands to show oneself. God of verification remembers the applicant, therefore announces the beginning test's 7th gate. After messages systems about the beginning, the eye of heaven disappears, and Sunny remains on the bridge. Appears before him black mirror, in which the guy sees very similar to itself reflection. We need to establish contact with the future version yourself and start synchronization. The guy touches surfaces mirrors. The system reports the start checks mentality and about increasing speeds assimilation with reflection in the mirror. Then reflection opens his mouth and literally swallows Sunny. Necessary proof that the guy's beliefs in the future will remain unchanged. The guy falls into the hall of the first gate. There he is, alive and well. Priest Johann sadly cries and searches his own missing mirrors. Around Sunny arise stripes Sveta, and he is transported to a place that is extremely similar to South Korea on Christmas Eve. Hanging in the air, the guy sees a version of himself on the street, turning into an alley. Version cuts his hand with a sword, and it pours a crowd strolling near Christmas trees, their own with blood, killing people whom touch drops. Sunny doesn't believe his own eyes, that's how they act, only crazy bastards. Window reports, speed assimilation with mirror version increases to 10%. Feeling it's like from a living guy tear off the flesh in pieces. At the same time, Hana is overwhelmed creepy mixture from anger, madness, and feelings guilt. Besides, it seems as if behind Fitzpriest Johann puts his hand on his neck and in an ingratiating voice states that after all, this Sunny took his mirror. Tarzan-like priest won't let guy close eyes, and as if puts a bandage on his head from nightmares. Window reports blocking skills that interfere with the spirit of the applicant. Figure a priest lamenting his mirror, hanging over Sunny, who he fends off Johann with his sword, and he all laments about his mirror. A guy with regrets realizes that the power of the Santa Serene Mind blocked exactly now when needed mental protection. Meanwhile, Mirror Version absorbs the souls of killed people. Mirror Sunny, with a smirk, states that if he had known about this, he would have initially transgressed Wood Line. Speed assimilation increases to 20%. Window reports that due to unbearable, the applicant is in shock and is in an abnormal state of intoxication Qi. Khan doesn't believe that reflection creates similar abominations. He realizes his obsession. By force, but didn't go that far, would. Window says, if you do not remove intoxication Qi, then it will decrease mastery. Magic chain skill increased to 10%. Immediately after that, there followed one after another reports of a decline mastery possession skill, magic chain, by 0.3%, 0.7%, 0.4%. Suddenly, Sunny is transferred to another pseudo-location, where Mirror Version already in traditional robes. The guy understands that appears in the dimension Murama, and the mirror prototype requires bringing the head of Murama Union. In return, promises save life present here to the residents. The head of Murimsky is approaching Union Gene. He heard that in their measurement a psychopath appeared who seems to be the ghost of the sword. Having met face to face, Gene sees that intruder worthy his nickname. He asks the guy's name. Instead of answer, Mirror Version rushes into attack. The opponents meet in a duel. Everything is around them, all over strewn bodies, local residents. Gene just doesn't know that, say. The ghost of the sword killed all members Murimsky Union, although promised do not touch them. Jin, interested, does not arise whether the invader has even a drop of shame. To the ghost, I'm not ashamed at all, because surrounding the insignificance is simply his combat resource, and besides, it does not represent values. He just cuts off the head of the chief, Murimsky Union, without even looking back. Window states forced increase speeds assimilation with reflection mirrors up to 30%. Locations in the mirror changed many times. The mirror prototype killed thousands enemies and became a madman, whom interested only own height. None pleas for mercy the accompanying victims touched him. The monster never lost and was completely unfazed pity. Window reports forced increased speeds assimilation with reflection up to 50%. At this moment, Sunny is in a nightmare bandage, feels that is experiencing mirror prototype, and he understands what pleasure to him bring murders for growth. Powerful lightning pounding the building association's hunters. Sam, with foot, knocks out the door. Behind it looms Lika figurine. Sam is interested, is counting on Lee Sunny on impunity after all created atrocities. Mirror Khan's version silently drags insensitive Chona Lee. Saddened, Lika asks why Sunny does this. The girl in tears, which mixed with rain, screams, "Why kill innocent, ordinary people to become stronger?" Sunny Mirror doesn't understand why ask about the obvious things. After all, he kills people who total only raw material for its growth. Sam reminds of the ability to control lightning, and advises in such weather, the mirror must prepare for death. Sam rushes into the attack, wanting death demonic offspring. Mirror, with laughing, states that in his time as simply Sunny Khan, he would certainly have been considered a threat Emperor Lightning. The prototype is skidding flaming sword ready just about to happen dissects Sam in half. Full of Lika begs in horror and sadness, "Mirror, stop and come to your senses." Sunny feels that crazy personality is able to absorb it, and even 50% assimilation maybe destroy brain. Window reports on assimilation inside mirrors at 60% and a reduction in the hashche, magic chain, by 0.1%, 0.5%, 0.2%. Speed assimilation increases to 70%. Sunny can't more take out psychological shock. The boy falls, unable to even determine it hurts to him or nicely. Here, Khan remembers how pseudo-Tarzan whispered accusations of stealing his mirror were whispered into his ear. Sunny recalls that really grabbed Mirror Priest first gate. He gets it little thing from inventory. Activated Divine Mirror of the High Priest surrounds Divine Shield that dispels clouding reason for all levels. The system reports cancellation of the anomalous status of spiritual instability. In the mirror are being viewed echoes the former Khan. Two faces, the current guy and the monster from mirror reflections, one through the other. As if from the monster's face breaks into the light normal Sunny, tearing the monster's shell in half. Sunny Khan yells that he won't allow it, myself absorb. The system reports the achievement of Steel Spirit and an increased stamina by 1. Window reads, Khan has proven that his beliefs remain unchanged, and he announces the completion checks mentality. The Lord is experiencing relief. White Crane Sword is glad that state stabilized. The hero of the destroyed world laughs at the guy's method. God of verification satisfied with the test result and wishes personally to see a candidate who is forcibly called to the Holy Land. Sunny is in shock, not realizing what such Holy Land enforced call, but it feels like is transferred somewhere. Window says God of verification temporarily took power into his own hands, using divine power in the tower. Admins will not be able to observe. Tower tests allows call the applicant if his personal will be ensured safety. The system reports the entrance to the sacred abode of the God of verification. The guy seems to stands in the sky emptiness. Above descends light, which with the approach transforms into a humanoid figure. The God of verification communicates by means of messages systems like the tower trials. He asks who such is young man. God senses divine power in Khan, but asks him not to stare at him except foggy outlines. Now the guy can't do anything see. In person meeting the God of trials sees heterogeneity of the applicant. He asks whether Li Han is a pseudo-deity created by Tower. Sunny doesn't know that this so. God explains, that's what they call it, admins. They receive quasi-divine status by making a contract with the Tower. Khan is just a participant. God sees that he is different from other pseudo-deities because has own divine by force. The God of verification has not been interested for a long time. The tower in which made it in time happen many interesting. He asks, understands Li-Han impossibility create present by the power of pseudo-divine, Con apostle pseudo-divinity, but created real thing. For Sunny, this sounds like he did something great, but in reality he killed Keirana and by chance acquired divine power, it turns out, is important. God is surprised, believing that Khan extracted divinity, having removed God's footprints in the process extractions because to him all was it is known. But from the face of the applicant, God understands that the one without the slightest concepts that by yourself represents divine power. Khan repeats that accidentally her acquired. Even admins, God's fakes, made tower. We would have achieved this only from divine the strength that God gives to his own, the future apostle. God senses cause and effect connection, even if Chiron Khan extracted the divine power unknowingly. But how did Khan absorb the power without a trace of God? It is clear to the God of testing that Tower Tests places the blame on Sunny Big Expectations. God allowed it mistake. He sees angered towers and understands that given the information should not have been to disclose. God of verification promises watch Sunny from the sky. Han shouts that there are still a lot of questions. What such divinity? What is the cause and effect connection? Why did he see yourself in the future a monstrous monster? God of verification believes that the applicant is too deep saw your own future. Divine conclusion. If for a long time stare into the void will begin look at you, because looking for a gap to penetrate the mind. God advises, beware, this is what he says, that the guy will return there from where showed up. With a creature like that tower, hard to handle outside depending on which God stands before the applicant. If the guy can visit the temple of verification in Aries, then the God will be able to give more answers to the guy's questions. God of verification advises the guy not to believe in other gods, who from now on will consider him an enemy. Sunny gets for passing 11th floors, ancient mirror checks, 70,000 points, 3,000 plus 1,500 special points. The guy thinks that a creature that decided condescend to him, told to him more than he had known before moment. According to God's words, it is precisely by desire he extracted the towers and received divine power. As well as what he signed contracts with admins and became an apostle, two happened as planned towers. The words of the God of verification that the guy created, it is not clear that exactly, but the present is also not much explained to Khan. It's comforting in this completely incomprehensible situations, only what the gods cannot harm, while he is under protection towers. It's happening extension systems. Earthly measurement registered how official for climbing the tower. For participants from other dimensions, when moving to Earth, there is a fine. And applicants from Earth, not from pioneers, will be able to get a halo. They are being filmed restrictions on observation for admins. Lord is glad to see return, and the white crane sword with tears monitors Khan's condition. The guy remembers that the God of testing named administrators pseudo-deities and thinks, it is possible Lee them trust, but comes to the conclusion that in this disgusting situations, trust at all to nobody, it is forbidden. Sunny enters the world of Steelblood and confidently heading towards the administrator's house. The Lord runs out to him to meet with a question. Not too much Lee her contractor suffered. Instead of the guy hits with a sword, the girl deflects from the blow. Sunny, wondering if they joined the administrators, are in collusion with the tower to same use it. Lord of Steelblood evaluates behavior his own contractor. How side effect after checks mentality.